dragging me.
Yeah. There we go.
Is
Yep.
would Momozawa be judgment
Yeah,
or justice? One of those two, probably.
it'd be judgment.
Momozawa's Wheel of Fortune.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, shit, dude. Pat Sajak
Yes.
and Vanna White.
Is
We're live.
is
by the way.
Oh, okay.
Hello,
Yeah.
hello everyone.
We were live when I said we were going live.
Let's hit the.
I didn't hear you.
everyone under announcements.
I was just talking. I'm sorry. Hi, everyone.
It's all good.
Let me actually link the Twitch channel.
Jay, you stopped playing the soul crushing music.
Huh? Yeah, I did. Listen, we'll end on that note. It's fine.
There
We're here
we
to have
go.
fun. Let me
Okay.
get something fun.
Okay, well,
Christian, you
here,
should join as player.
Let me swap off this map then first too.
Yeah, you be player.
Okay.
There we go.
I'll swap off. I leave this to you.
There we go. This is a nice and airy theme.
I feel like Blue Kuten should be temperance.
That makes sense.
I think that was actually what I thought Irudu would be.
That also tracks.
Hey everyone, how's it going? Welcome to the Daisuisen cast party. This is our little post-adventure last hurrah. So let me send out ats and then I'll check Twitter and retweet Christian. Yeah, you did it. Excellent. Okay, so basically this is just something that we're doing because it's fun. And as a big thank you to like Christian, Chad, everybody who worked really hard on these icons, Morichi, Roma, like Aloha who filmed all this shit, everybody who played, like god damn, good work everyone. But yeah, we're here to answer questions from chat and actually take scene suggestions. So if there's anything in particular you want to see, I, the GM, will be operating behind. I the temporary GM, asterisk heavy, will be operating behind the scenes, prepping up any scene that you might want, as everybody else sits and chats with people. So yeah, that's more or less the plan for today. Say hi, everyone.
Yo.
Hi everyone.
Hi everyone.
Hello.
We all did the
Yes.
Yo.
Should we
Yeah.
say who's here today? Just so chat
That's
knows.
not a bad idea.
Hmm.
You're at the top, Christian.
I am. I'm Christian. You might not know this. I GM'd a bit of the game, just a little bit.
Like 2%,
tiny bit.
but
About
At
2%.
least. You showed up
I-
once or twice.
I did, and this is very exciting. I'm very happy about this. This is just gonna be really chill, and we're gonna do a lot of fun stuff. On my Patreon, I'm gonna be uploading some more mini RPs over the course of the month, so keep an eye out for those. It's gonna be great. The next one I'll probably end up putting up sometime next week, probably around Sunday, Monday. So keep a lookout.
Yep.
Excellent. Next up, Aloha.
Hey, it's me, Aloha. I was here for most of the sessions. As camera guy, I also play Blood God. Yo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Chad?
Next up, Chad.
Chad?
Hey, it's me.
Chad?
It's Chad.
Chad?
I'm here. I did
Chad?
art, probably. You can't prove it. Thank you all for coming in today. We're just here to have fun and vibe. Next up is the main GM of Daisuisen.
Yes. Yeah, no, hi, I'm Xbox 360. No, I'm hi, I'm Jay. Daisuisen was excellent, and I threw out this suggestion because I just kind of want like just a pinch more. Just like just like a tiny little bit more. It sounded like fun, and like I'd love to sit and talk, and I don't know. This just seems like good protocol. Hey, next up, J-Man.
Hi, I'm J-Man. I also GM'd most of Daisuisen. I'm here. I don't think I'm gonna do anything today, if I'm being honest. So I'm just here to sit and maybe fall asleep unless somebody calls my name. That's all you get from me. Hey, Monichi.
Hey, I'm Monichi. I did title cards for each of the sessions. And I've just always been very excited for Daisuisen.
Give yourself
Exceptionally.
a little more credit into that. You also GM'd like most of Daisuisen.
Oh,
That's
yeah, you're
true.
right.
Except that one part where you were a player.
Yeah.
What was the name again? Ben.
Mm,
Forgotten Indigo.
Bam,
Forgotten
bam.
Indigo.
Yeah, that was it.
That's
I
the
played
one.
Indigo.
It's true.
Mm-hmm.
I played the granny.
Yes.
I played the granny.
Oma.
Hi. I'm Oma.
Oh,
I played Ryoka, smiley face.
and you also GM most of Daisuisen, right?
Did I?
In Mask.
Hi, I'm Wandering Mask. I GM'd most of Daisuisen. I did a little bit of the art, and I played Hiyori. All of him.
Yeah. Why does your mom let you have 2 Hioris? Yo.
Yeah,
I
it's
do
a
what
lot
I
easier
please.
if you have 4 hands.
Oh shit.
Yes.
Like a spider.
The pro gamer strat.
Spider.
Be a spider.
Spider.
Here. Okay.
I think
let
that's
me-
everyone.
I think that's
Uh,
everyone.
Not everyone could be here today. Kaguya was busy, for example. But all the same, we got a pretty good attendance.
Yeah,
Okay.
Jiva's kind of weak.
Christian.
yeah.
Yeah.
Can you move this boy as
No.
a player? You can't. Okay.
No.
Let me fix that. I knew it. I could sense it. Let me give you the boy. But yeah. Chat. Also, last but not least, you're pretty rad too. You're
Yeah.
great.
Whoa.
Yeah.
You
Can you
guys
move this
also
one?
GM
Two.
most of
Oh,
Daisuisen.
yeah.
Thanks for GMing most of
Thanks for GMing
Daisuisen,
most of
chat.
Daisuisen, yeah.
Thank
Except
you.
that one session where Chat was actually a player.
Yes.
That's true.
Wasn't that Jiva's?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
We who are the player?
That's
Jibo,
why
who
Jibo couldn't
also
be here today.
GM'd
He's joining us as
most.
the chat today. Thank you very
Yeah,
much,
he's
Jibo.
you today.
You are Jibo today.
You gain that's a lot of
yes.
power to hold in your hands. Don't flaunt it, or else you
Mhm.
will die.
Yeah.
That's
Yes.
true.
I
That's
thought
the
you were gonna
die
say,
dice.
What do you
unless
think
I
happened to
will
Jibo?
die.
Yep.
Okay.
Just got too good at ring fit now.
You send.
Fucking oops.
Heard he cheated.
So, I think the best way to demonstrate exactly what we're planning is basically in chat. If you want to see a scene, feel free to suggest it. It could be anything from like, oh, I want to see these characters hanging out. But the players obviously have to like be down to do the scene. So like there's gonna be a lot of asking, and we're gonna very blatantly just be like, oh, do you feel like doing that? And don't get your feelings hurt if nobody like if a player is like, I don't really want to do that one. It's chill. We're just here to vibe.
And
Yeah.
also, this is a session where we'll actually be able to chat open and stuff like that.
Yeah.
If you have questions and stuff about any part of Daisuisen, similar rules there might answer it.
I
So,
have a question.
Mhm.
What did you do, Christian?
I nothing. I didn't do anything.
I can't believe it. All of us were working so hard to GM Daisuisen. What
Good
did
man.
you bring to the table?
I brought a charming voice
And a charming boy.
And a charming boy.
and a charming
Yeah.
boy.
Yeah. That's a pretty hot boy.
Yuki Take is pretty good. I have to.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You know, like
Main
I
PC
wasn't too
Yuki
sure at
Take.
first, but upon watching him die, you know,
Yeah, that was pretty
love at
funny
first
when that
sight.
happened.
Well,
Die,
last
That
you
was
sight.
the
Yuki
best
said.
part.
Yeah.
Wait,
And then
wait,
let me-
Yeah.
Yo, I have a funny fucking scene. I do.
Oh.
From Yukitake.
Yeah, no, listen, this is your last chance to get Dai Yukitake.
I'm gonna whisper it to you, Jay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, here's a quick question while that's happening.
Yeah.
Each Kokutin had a person they would bond with. Who was Divinities and Mornings?
Divinity, you'll have to watch Forgotten Indigo to find out. Morning likes Ryoko the most, but like that's like so Morning's thing is she likes Ryoko the most. The other problem is all of them kind of like Ryoko the most.
No.
Smiley face.
No.
I'm
Yeah,
the favorite.
except for one. You're right. You're right.
Except for two.
I don't know. I don't know about that one.
Please.
Are we allowed to tell? Are we allowed to tell them? Are we allowed to tell them, Jay? Are we
Yeah.
allowed to tell them?
Which
If we're
part?
talking about mini RP stuff, yes, you can tell them
yeah.
that. I'm going to be releasing them over time, so anything you talk about will come out soon.
Okay.
The Kokutins rolled up and talked to Ryoko, actually.
My
They're
bad.
Yeah,
like, they did. They wanted to know who was smart enough to break their curse, and Ryoko was very hospitable. And, like, low-key, a bond was forged between them, and apparently during the intervening years, Big Kokutin asked Ryoko to be her champion, which Ryoko politely declined. The first mortal in 500 years.
Everyone was like, I wonder who the mortal that Kokutin offered her championship to was. Me sitting in the corner like smile. Like
They
she
don't know
just
I'm
said
cool.
no. She said, no thank you. I worked my whole life for this peacock blessing, actually.
Come on, don't you want to know what'll happen?
I do, but I also don't want a war to be started between you and the peacock goddess, and I don't want you to be forbidden from the city of Ocean Veins,
Yo,
because then I'll have to move so that you can visit me. And
Peacock.
I
Peacock would get bodied though. Gonna be real.
I'm pretty
I
sure
don't
a fly could peacock body the peacock god.
Could Peacock.
Peacock the
Peacock
body.
The body god.
be nice to my grandma.
Body god.
Be nice to my grandma. She's sick.
Hey, you know, that actually works as the smoothest transition I think we're gonna get to the, like, demo scene I want to actually show off. So, I'm just gonna do it. Fuck it.
Nice.
Poggers.
Let me go. So, oh boy. This one is going to take place actually just after the end of episode 9.
Mm.
Just after the break between the various beings known as Kokuten. Shortly after Nothingness was ejected from the collective, something happened. That wasn't the only schism that occurred. Ryoko,
Yes.
it's another nice day at the market.
I'm out here talking to my friend, I can see.
Yes, you have brought along the two.
Yeah, of course. They have to come everywhere with me.
Yeah, and they cannot be separated. You move through the markets as usual. And as you do, feel a strange sensation. A certain spreading coldness. Someone immediately to your right seems to be equally invested in the pottery as you, though they hold it with a cold and calloused hand. They seem... You look over. They seem familiar. Yeah, fox ears, imperious presence, something like that. This person stares, looking down. Quite a nice thing, isn't it?
Of course.
She runs a finger along the outside of it, and you see the pottery start to creak and strain as she starts to move across. The stallkeeper, growing increasingly nervous, takes a step over this way, holding it in her palm. What mortals make is so utterly fragile. That sneer, that voice. Is this Gogerton?
Dot, dot, dot.
Walk,
I see.
walk, walk.
Do be careful with it.
She holds it in her palm and looks over and nods. Well, I think I'll keep this one. She reaches into her pocket and jingles around with a lot of coins. Could you perhaps assist me in paying for this? Mortal money is so confusing to me. She has a mass of different coins in different denominations.
I will pay for it for you. We can discuss it later. She will hand over the money.
You wind up paying, and she walks over in this direction with you, almost balancing this thing on her palm. Well, I was hoping for a chance to speak to you.
It's always a pleasure to speak to you, though you do look different than the last time I saw you.
She seems to get like a look on her face as if zoning out. She's smaller than before, far more withdrawn. No one seems to. The weirdest thing is, no one in the square seems to pay attention to her properly. And the second she shifts out of the sight of the stallkeeper, it seems like she similarly vanishes from his point of view as well. It's just you and her walking amidst swirling mists.
Is it a private matter then? She says, looking at how everyone is not seeming to be able to see her.
Yes. I actually wish to discuss with you the nature of the dread goddess Kokuten.
I see. I have been curious.
You're a bookbinder, correct?
Yes.
She crosses her arms and her ears fluff up for a second. Then please observe this tale. She starts to ratchet off exactly the full details of the dread goddess Kokuten, Rat King and all. It takes like Ryoko, you notice that everything seems to be moving slowly in the stalls around you. Like time itself has borderline paused as she tells the story. And then she hits a curious patch of it. The five of us were united as one, until the mast known as nothingness utterly cracked under the weight that I, as well as my sisters, put on it. She trails off. Having stated this, her expression getting difficult once again. Frustrating thing, the little core spirit giving out. So I was kind of hoping, maybe you heard from Daisuisen since then.
I cannot say I have, though if you need assistance locating him, I can provide aid.
That would be
Seems
nice.
a bit unfair, she says, thinking about the situation that's just been explained to her.
Huh? Ears perk up.
I mean, with everything that happened to her regarding nothingness, she's like,
Yeah.
seems a little bit unfair, don't you think?
Her face kind of screws up. I guess. Maybe. It was her job to bear the mask, and she didn't exactly do a fantastic job. The weight of
Well-
expectation eventually broke her.
You see Ryoko get like a glint in her eye, and she goes, "Who's to say any of you did?"
Hey, Ryoko. Give me a roll to do.
Maybe you all suck, actually.
1d6, add it on. Okay. Even with the +9, that brings me up to an 18, meaning your 20 beats it. Her face sort of darkens for a second.
It's a bit unfair
Yes.
to tell her that the way she's doing it is wrong when all of you did it differently yourselves. There's just more people to criticize her this time.
She lets out a hiss. Look, I'm not a Kokuten anymore. I get it. I get it. She hisses out borderline. I'm trying something else, okay?
Okay.
She takes a step off over in this direction. You got to her, Ryoko. You can feel it. You stuck a knife in her back. Look. When I was Kokuten, I did my best to help various core spirits. And right now, I'd consider myself a failure if I didn't at least help that one. So I was hoping maybe you turn something on her. She sort of shrinks down. I go by Tenjo now. She says aloud. Yeah, I'm trying
Tenjo.
something different. Yep.
All right, I'll make sure to refer to you as such.
She sort of exhales. That's good. And if you come across a Kokuten out there, it's not the one you knew.
Sounds like it is many of the ones that I knew at this point.
Yep. She sort of exhales and zones out. I'm going to be doing my... Oh, you go.
So you would like assistance in locating Daisuisen and nothingness, then?
Nods.
Last I spoke to them, they had just gotten off a ship. Or, gotten off a ship is generous terms for what happened.
You look over at this one, the one who was dragged all those many miles.
Though you all have... I suppose the last time you saw me was the last time I saw them.
Smiles, nods.
Hello, everyone.
It's Aram! Aram made it.
I hope this is Q&A and I didn't just emerge into the middle of the scene.
You did emerge into the middle of the scene, but it's okay.
That's great though. Just like, hey everyone, audience claps, sitcom, co-watch on screen.
Daisuisen is my...
Okay.
She exhales. The last time you saw him was the incident with the ship.
Yeah. Do I know which direction that they were planning to go after that? I mean, she would know the direction they were planning to go after that. So you simply dropped her off with him and then you all left?
Yeah, some things happened. her expression gets difficult again. I actually had to hunt down a few core spirits of my own. I'm only able to move around as fleeting as I am thanks to their assistance.
I see.
I'm helping to relocate Granny Aruru's stash. She says with a borderline amount of venom to it. And then holds out a hand. Core spirits dance along it. Gotta find happy homes for all of these.
I would offer, but I do not know if my housing would be sufficient.
Probably not. She hisses out. So, I need help finding that one. You find a white-haired pretty boy out in the wilderness, I guess I'll owe you, okay?
I will send some people to search the areas near.
She smiles and nods, starts to move off in this direction. Oh, and if you come across me in the future, it'll probably be to ferry away some person on the edge. I'm trying something new. Ferryman for the dead. She sort of waves a hand and walks off in this direction, the mists receding with her. And with that, there's a snap, and life returns to the marketplace. You two. What?
I want the lobster, Tomia.
Old lobster under the sea for my dinner. Yeah.
Yes, of course.
I don't have control of him, but that's fine.
That's fine. Elsewhere in the world. Elsewhere in the world. Daisuisen.
Yeah.
How's the last, 3 days been for you, man?
God.
You can roll to die if you really want.
Sure, let's see how we're both feeling about this.
Unwound that blue.
Unwound that. Also, That's strange. I thought I changed it.
Oh
But
yeah.
I'll do that right now.
Yeah. We've got a new skill set.
Yeah, so let me just drop that. There we go. And then all right, let's see. Now I drop and we'll roll again. Oh yeah, there we go. Wow. All right. All things considered, he's feeling pretty all right. He managed to get things sorted, but he's also, I think, just been very, very tired. He's been walking, moving, and trying to find his way across the countryside. They were at a really, really almost abandoned portion. He had traveled wide, so they've just been walking for the past couple of days, giving plenty of time to think and chat, I suppose.
Hey, Sui-sen.
Mm-hmm.
You ever deface a shrine before?
I can't say I have, no.
Well, every desecrated shrine in Mitsudai technically belongs to me, so if you want to give me a snack...
He kind of thinks about that, kind of walking still, and where even is this place? And he stops and he tries to think of where they are. And then he kind of let me make a roll to die for him. Yes, okay. That's a thing. Okay. He stops, takes a moment. Hey, Dill, wait here.
Okay.
One moment, okay. He steps up this way. And what do you do, Kokuton?
Kokuton, fully in control of this body for the moment, is going to reach down and we're gonna why don't you lock in that purple for me and give me a roll to do. Give me a roll to do.
That's 22.
Oh, it's extremely petty. I think whatever this is a tribute to, what part of the country you're in? Like, what kind of a god would just have a roadside shrine, do you think?
Well, I believe this is somewhere around Mushin. So really, there's so many. It's just it's a scatter shot, you know?
Oh, let's roll again on the off chance that this is dedicated to
Not mine.
Not yours? Okay. Hey Monichi, roll for Iruru.
Ooh.
Yeah, maybe this could be that one. Let's see. Also, roll. Might be hers.
Could be.
Could be.
You gonna diss my grandma?
Maybe. I can't control any other characters right now, but
oh, you can't?
Yeah.
Let me
Oh,
there you go. There you go. Okay. It's the peacock goddess.
Yeah, what's she gonna do? Come out here and stop us?
What's she gonna do?
Yes!
She reaches down and does the functional equivalent of taking the inscription here to our noble lady, the peacock goddess, and makes it this. and yeah.
What a terrifying goddess.
Kokuton changes that and nothing else. And then boom, drop purple.
Yeah, he kind of stops. Did that help?
It helped me, yeah.
Yeah, okay. He kind of stops. He goes over. Sorry about that one, Dill. Have you eaten yet? Or are you hungry, I should say, I guess.
Thanks. Roll 3. Yes.
Oh. Yes, you're hungry?
Yes.
Okay. He kind of steps to the side. Well, let's. He kind of like holds out a hand and walks this way. I was just like, let's we're under the divine protection of the peacock gods, so
Someone
I
laughs
guess
in your ear loudly.
we should be able to find should be a nice spot to take a break. Sits down. He kind of reaches in his pack and he pulls out some different foods to snack on, and he stops and thinks a bit, and he kind of puts a bunch down. All right, let's see. How am I gonna put your hands out really quick?
But slowly extends hands.
He reaches out, and he's basically got some really simple like trail mix kind of stuff to eat. And he puts a little in your hand, and he's like, "Hang on a second." And he reaches inside, and he has something that's a bit of a specialty. He reaches open, and there's this almost dill. It's weird. It's like this tiny thin brick, and it looks kind of dark. And he chips some off, and he kind of chips it into a few pieces and puts it on top of the trail mix. Try eating it with that.
Dill slowly lifts it up to her mouth and goes, "Oh."
All right, you bite down, and there's a lot of, you've eaten some of this before, but now there's like a sweetness to it too. This almost explosive sweet. That's it. This chocolatey taste.
Starts consuming all of it.
You just start downing it, and Suisun just kind of smiles a bit. There's nothing quite like just a bit of an infusion of something sweet on the road. Here, you kind of, let's see.
What'd you do to it? She's going nuts.
Yeah, it's just chocolate.
Huh?
You kind of, have you not eaten chocolate before?
I haven't eaten many things.
Oh, hang on. He chips the chocolate, and he hands one half of the leftover bar to Dill, and then he takes a bite himself of the chocolate. Kokutin, you taste the chocolate.
What? It's always tasted that good?
Yep. I guess. Well, congratulations. I hope you like it. And he kind of holds the chocolate in his hand. Hang on, let me see something really quick. Okay, he retains control. As he just takes a few more bites, wraps it up, and puts it away.
I gotta say, I could really get used to this eating thing.
Yeah, well, I'm afraid you'll have to. 3 times a day, at least. It's healthiest. Or 2 times, a bunch of small meals. Huh? He kind of realizes he's got quiet.
You feel she's very happy about this, like she's just beaming. Oh, I get to do this often. That's it. That is honestly very exciting.
It's exciting, so long as you can eat. It's probably one of the most enjoyable limitations. He kind of...
what other limitations are there? What should I know about? Humans seem so breakable.
Well, food's got to go somewhere, and
I see.
You kind of like, we gotta sleep too. Did you ever sleep before? In fact, Susan kind of considers that too. It looks like she sleeps now, kind of scooting over in this direction a little bit.
No, I've never enjoyed unconsciousness.
Huh.
The closest I've ever come was to when you were carrying me around in that sack.
Oh, yeah. He kind of thinks about that. Well, yeah, you gotta deal with unconsciousness quite frequently. How's it been, sleeping the past few days?
She seems to trail off. I've actually rather liked it. I'm still somewhat aware, but at the same time, how do I put it? Your attitude shifts. You dream of the skies and far forests while you sleep. It's nice.
Oh, well, I guess so. There's just...
She goes quiet. She seems genuinely pleased by this.
It's just processing the things I see. Do a lot of traveling, you know? He kind of turns over. Dill, what do you dream about? He does this frequently, where he'll just ask over a question at some point and just see if she responds in any way.
I'm trying to remember her stat lineup. I imagine it's a little different now. I think. Oh, that's interesting. Oh.
It's dark and warm and lively, but also cold and wet.
He kind of looks. That's a pretty good response. Most of the time, he's used to a lot
It's one of
shorter
the
stuff.
longest-
So that's
yeah.
one of the longest things I've ever heard. So he's actually a bit surprised, and he turns over. Really? That's very interesting. Do you like those dreams?
No,
He kind of considers that a bit. Those are nightmares then, when we dream of stuff that makes us sad or scared. He kind of thinks of that a little bit. Well, Granny's always used to say that a nice cup of tea before bed can help calm the soul. So maybe we'll have some tea before bed next night and see what happens, huh?
yes.
He kind of
Speaking
smiles.
of which, you generally sleep at night, right?
Yes, we sleep at night.
Want to get moving? I think there's probably... Yes, there's an inn nearby. I remember hexing it.
He kind of thinks about that. Right, sure. He steps up, and he sort of puts his hand out a bit. Let's go, Dill. Let's go find a nice bed to sleep on.
Takes your hand.
All right. And with that, he leads off both, again, deeper into the direction towards that inn.
You take your time and you actually travel for quite a while, and you worm your way through the countryside, mostly just trying to figure out what to do. The next few days are very much, to some extent, you have just left the nest and you're trying to figure out how to fly with your new strange arrangement. But
yeah,
seems like Coconut's happy. Mostly.
Yeah,
So, like,
mostly. That's good.
things are going good. And eventually you worm your way over to the immediate proximity, sort of Ocean Veins. You know, you find your way into an inn. It's rowdy, it's lively. You slowly crack open the door and you head in. Yes, of course. You travel in for the evening, and like you've spent all day getting around, and like you've passed dozens and dozens of travelers on the road.
He kind of steps on up, moving along as he sort of kind of heads up to the side of the bar really quick, a bit out of the way, but still, still peaceful. Damn, Dill. This is a place. This is the most people you've seen, probably. I mean, you walked in through Ocean Veins as well. How are you handling that? And all the lights and stuff.
Nope. So much. There's so much.
Oh, he kind of scoots over to the side. Do you want to sit over here? He kind of pats the one in the furthest corner. Yeah. He sort of he kind of sits down with, we'll have some water. Start.
Nod. Take your order. And it's around that time. The door cracks open. The door cracks open, and someone that you would never expect to have separated herself this far from her seat in Ocean Veins wanders in through the door. A promise made earlier to another one of the Cocotens. Door, click, open, thump, these two. Down here.
Seems the reports were true.
Yes, indeed.
She's walking with her back like straight up, with like the most, like the aura that's coming off her, like it's palpable. And she makes her way forward with the click clack of her heels, and she walks straight up here, and then turns and looks at you and says, "Lord Suisen."
It's like, he stops and he
Susan, let me talk. Let me take control. Roll the die. Roll the die for me.
All right.
No, not
lady,
even close.
He kind of like Lady Ryoko? He says wrongly. he kind of stops. Hang on.
Lady Yoshitoba.
Lady Yoshitoba. Yes, I am surprised. He
Clack, clack, clack.
kind of turns over. Hang on. We just got a drink, but all the same, if you need us, we could come over. I just got into town.
I see. Yes, I received. I've actually had men out looking for you. I've received reports that you were spotted near this location, so I came to check myself. Who is this that you're with?
Oh, this is Dill.
Hello.
Hello. Daisuisen. May I speak with you?
Oh, of course. I actually have good news.
You're about to die.
Kind of like.
Daisuisen, you look at Ryoko again.
He kind of turns around.
Excuse me, turns to the barkeep. May I use your upper floor?
Yes, of course.
Thank
Gestures.
You feel a glare on you that is, if you do not follow me, it'll be worse.
Let's see. He's still. Oh boy.
Susan refuses to let go.
Noritachi, if you would keep this young woman company for me.
I
Yes.
don't know if that's. He kind of turns over. Dill, are you comfortable with that? He kind of turns over. Yeah. Okay. Are you sure?
Slow blink.
Pats on the shoulder and then heads off this way. Just yell really loud if you need something.
Killing it.
The clacks of her heels as she is ascending the stairs is like the death toll for Susan.
You vroom, upstairs.
She's smiling. She likes the merman.
Yes. He's very pretty.
He's very pretty. And he smiles good.
The first thing she does is block your exit. Lord Daisuisen, I
Yes.
must ask why you are here with another woman when your lady is in danger.
No. He kind of stops a bit. Okay. I was planning on explaining, but
Come
I suppose...
on, give me control. Come on. Roll deny. You're like, no, shut up.
She's... I was wandering around looking with her, and
Yes.
we ended up figuring out a solution, which is potentially temporary, but doesn't have to be. It's either way. She's inside of me right now.
Excuse me?
Well, in my head.
In your head, I see.
Yes. She can talk to me, and she can also choose to talk to you.
I mean, if you let me. Kind of catty voice calls out from behind you.
May I
kind of makes a
speak
face.
with her?
You notice he kind of makes a face before you ask at something, and then turns over. Yes, of course. And
She's a little bit worried that you're kind of losing it.
there, perfect.
Come on. Oh, wait. The body
And then-
shifts and moves around, and as you like surprise her by swapping on the spot.
Yeah.
Suisun stumbles for a second visibly. Whoa. Okay, back in control. Ryoko, good to see you again. Hideous, just awful contorted smile. That beautiful face, twisting fangs.
It is wonderful to see you too. Okay. You're safe then. Okay, that's wonderful. The one previously known as, I believe, Inevitability. She goes by a different name now. She came to speak with me. I was very concerned about you.
Wait, she's just out there roaming around right now? You know what? Good for her.
It
Seriously.
seems that many of the former Kokutens have split due to what happened.
Huh. Now that's interesting. Suisun lies down sideways on the stairs, cocks one leg up in the air, and just sits there, head placed against one of his hands.
Ryoko's face does not change, but you can get the feeling that she thinks this is funny.
Huh. Well, that's fascinating. Hold on. I've got a... Hey, Suisun, you still listening?
Yes.
Stop, okay?
He kind of thinks, I don't think that's going to be too easy.
Come on, I need a gossip about you. Take a hike.
I don't think I can just... Hang on. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's going to happen. Just
Okay, fine.
Just do what you want. Be happy. It's not like I won't be able to hear it anyways later.
Well then. That face splits into a big wicked smile. Did you know Suisun was brave enough to kiss me?
Oh, he finally did it.
He finally did it. Took him long enough, I mean seriously, but I'm not sure it counts. It was like our souls kissing or something. And now I'm stuck over here and I've never done it in the she holds up her hands just in the flesh. Claps them together.
Well, there's something about kissing through your souls that's almost more romantic, I guess, for a human. But I suppose for a dread goddess such as yourself, she says, you can tell that she's like unsure how to refer to you now that she knows like this whole shebang. So she's like, I suppose it would be more interesting to kiss him in the flesh, huh?
It's true. I'm still trying to find a solution for that, and for now, you can call me Crocodile. I've taken my leave of the old name. She waves a hand impassively.
Crocodile. Okay, I will do my best to refer to you as such.
I really appreciate it. Also, thanks for all the tips. It really did pan out exactly like you said. I had to trust him to take the first leap, and my god, did he. He, like, crashed out of the air, pinned me to the ground. It was crazy.
Oh
She starts going off. Hey, Suisun, how do you feel about any of this?
You can tell what kind of conversations Kokuton and Ryoko have when you are not around.
Well, Blue's highest, so he's like, that's okay, they can talk. I'm just going to disassociate. He starts thinking about what he's gonna eat later.
Yeah, like, I got a lot of things to consider. Like, there's the small one downstairs. Not sure how to deal with that. Suisun obviously feels a lot of stuff.
Is she? Who is she?
Shrugs. I don't know. It's just like Suisun passively just generates children in peril around him that he has to like relocate or whatever.
So she's a child. Okay.
I don't know.
I see. Well, I will offer you my aid. Obviously, if you all seem to be in quite the situation, so if you would need a place to stay, my home is available to you as always.
Oh, that sounds great, actually.
I do not know how getting you a new body of your own, I suppose, would work. But if you need money, I have it.
Oh, we don't need money. Waves hand.
Hang on. That would be great, thank you. And then he kind of lays his head back down. Please keep talking, it's fine. I'm not feeding one mouth anymore. And he kind of like just drops swing, lets you go back in it.
I see. Okay, well, how about this? For the evening, why don't you all come back to my place? That young woman seems like she needs clothing. She's wearing your jacket, and it looked like a t-shirt under that, so why don't we get her some kind of clothes, and we can have dinner, could be like a celebration for your finalization of your relationship. She says, like, trying to figure out what to call it.
I certainly hope it isn't finalized. I want to get married someday, and I don't want to be associated with the guy who married himself. She sort of trails off.
Yes, it would be very strange to have a wedding with only one person.
That is a problem. Well, for now, we can celebrate me getting out of whatever that nonsense was. We can talk more. It'll be great.
Yes, you
Susan.
can feel free to stay as long as you need to figure out the situation, I suppose.
Yeah, I need advice on how to deal with this one.
This one being points at Susan.
Yeah, she pokes herself in the cheek.
Is he being difficult again?
I mean, in his own way, yeah.
I suppose it will never end, but I'm always available to give you advice if you need it.
She smiles. She gets this big smile. You continue to be like, nope, not listening to this shit.
Not listening. I hear nothing.
Hops up to his feet, walks around with a sprightly jump. Well, thank you very. She starts to reach out and do the usual like I am going to lean on you thing, and then realizes that would be improper to do as a mortal, now wouldn't it?
It would be improper to do as Lord Suisen. There are already rumors about us, and I would prefer there were no more.
I understand. Thank you for always keeping me in mind. He lets out an awful witch cackle following behind you.
God.
You wind up going back downstairs, regathering your companions. Hey, Noritachi.
Lobsters, like snails and spiders, have blue blood due to the presence of hemokyanin, which contains copper.
I love you, Noritachi.
Oh, God.
Eventually, you head downstairs, you reunite, and yes, you do stay for a time, Sui-san, along with Lady Yoshitoba. You have to suffer through many conversations in which Kokudai takes over the body and tells you to shut up and not listen.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Excellent. Fantastic.
So, with that, that's an example of just a scene. The end.
Yay.
Woo! I'm quite happy.
Yeah.
You could get more. Yeah,
And
if
for
you've got any...
a catch up for Aram and also chat. We're chilling out, doing questions and just generally chilling, and we can chat about whatever and stuff. But if we want to do a scene or there's suggestions, we could potentially choose those or do those as well. If you just want to pop in on something.
Don't worry.
I'm gonna go get some food really quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Don't worry about making it good because I've already had the best suggestion ever.
Oh, I see.
Your first suggestion I'm doing because it'll take
The
5
first one, the
seconds.
second one is better though. I think the second one would be amazing.
Yeah. Also, yes, lore questions are allowed so long as they're in my boat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't answer lore questions beyond that, or I will be shot. The gun's to the back of my head.
Yes.
Oh. Man, this gun. Just as a note, this game came together actually pretty quickly now that I think about it. It
Yeah.
only took
Very
about like 3
fast.
months. Yeah, it only took like 2.5 to 3 months to mostly finish. Like I could have taken an extra month or a month and a half to like finish the prep, but I'm actually pretty happy about that. That was really good.
Yeah.
Again,
Pulled
like
it up fast.
I think it's mostly only possible because of like again the pre-mades and stuff, but yeah, no, that was really good.
I mean, DCC came together in an hour, so like.
Yeah, so like that's you know.
Yeah, but for a campaign and not a short game, yeah, no, this is very fast.
Yeah.
It's good we started when we did, or Granny might have ended up with like 200 icons.
Yeah, that's probably fair. Oh, did Coco ever catch a break or get rid of her bad luck?
Eventually will.
When
That's
she
a bad
dies.
thing.
When she
Yeah,
dies.
yeah. Do you want to go in any of that chat, or do you want to just hold that in your pocket forever?
I'm not sure I can hold the fucking
Mm.
that lore in my pocket forever, but perhaps if it is
Maybe.
asked about. But
Yes.
Mhm.
Oh, any places in Mitsudice you wanted to explore in DS, I was about to say DCC, Daisuisen, but didn't have the chance. I wanted to go to Golden Beaches.
Yeah.
There's something I'll be dropping soon that had some silent voice content, which is very nice.
Yeah.
Chad made a place that I wish we made beforehand that I really like, which is the village that was probably closest to Granny, which is really funny.
Oh, that is funny.
Really freaky place that's like buried in the woods. Lots of shit there. We may end up doing something there, so I won't go into that one too much.
I would die and also love that.
Yes. And the last place, I think in general, like I talked about it a bit. There's a lot of different places, like Red City, Blue City, and like the villages and stuff like that. We went to Emori for a little bit, which is great. I think the only thing I didn't go into too much, probably because it was just a lot of world building that was kind of half done, was the Kingdom of Konko, which is like almost 1/3 of the country. We did technically go there because that's where Granny is, and there are a few places that started there, but we never actually looked at what that place is like society-wise, which is something that we probably wouldn't have gone into anyways. So yeah, there are some things I like that I get to show. How are core spirits created? Deep lore spoilers, I can't say anything.
When a mommy's core spirit and a daddy core spirit really
Don't tell them the lore, that's illegal!
Stop.
How many active Kokutens are still Kokuten?
Currently, 1, 2. I mean, how many of the faces are still doing the Kokuten thing? I'd argue the divinity is still doing it to some extent, but
yeah,
we're looking at like anywhere between 3 and 4.
Nice. That's a good number. You know, they lost a few, get us some more. Yeah. So what are the God Slayers like? Shitty. What were you gonna say? What were you gonna say?
There is a question. What does Ko think of some of the stories that she hears about Suisen?
Oh boy.
Roll for it.
I think she's kind of remains dumbfounded at how much fucking shit he somehow manages to get into of just like that. How can one person happen across all this bullshit? She becomes a core spirit stabilizer, and she's like, now I have the same job as him, and it is like there is nowhere
more
near
boring.
the level of bullshit that he is constantly getting up to. So it's literally, it's not a, you know, in the past maybe she would have thought like, oh, I guess this is what it's like being a core spirit stabilizer, but now she's like, no, Suisen's just fucking unbelievable all the time.
Oh
what
man.
The shit?
That's what a curse will do to you. Great men must do great deeds, I suppose.
Yes.
Oh,
great men take great shit.
Also, I'll actually say it. Yeah. God Slayers. Also, I will say a note. God Slayers are more of like a phenomena where there's not like an organization of God Slayers. It's more just a thing that happened a lot in Mitsudai because of like what it was like in Mitsudai for a long time. So really, they could be like anything. It's like saying, what's an
adventurer?
What's an adventure like? They basically, it's like so many different types of variants they could be. Sometimes they're asshole trees. Other times they're, you know, other people.
That tree will haunt me forever.
Yeah. What did cause Kokuten to grow bigger? Choice.
Decided you wanted to be bigger.
Feeding off of spite.
Yes.
Can core spirits and
feeding
mortals
off of spiders?
Yes. Also this.
Can core spirits and mortals have biological children? Well, Suisen's gonna try to find out, I'm sure, at some point.
Yeah,
that's what the plotline's about.
Find out.
How much money can I pay you to tell me everything about Epic Farvel? You can pay me $5, because all I can tell you is there's fish people there. Epic Farvel was one I wanted to explore, but I also couldn't quite figure out how, because it's literally under the water. And it's because of that, it's one of the places like Kenko where I was like, all right, well, I'll save this one just in case someone has an idea for it later. Let's see. How's Machi doing nowadays?
I'm back.
I'm curious.
Oh
Welcome
yeah, how's
Machi doing?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna.
Machi.
How can I hurt you? You're dead.
Me, Monichi, I'm not dead.
Not yet.
Oh.
Oh, this Machi's
see.
Machi. Oh, he's still wounded, huh?
Oh, really sad. No.
Oh, he's really sad.
Oh.
Oh no!
I'm wounded.
No. Just so I can say it out loud, the blue stats Machi of Aruru. He's just
Yeah.
That's just sad thinking about all the people that are dead. Oh,
That's his
why is
war
this
trauma
toy so
stat.
sad? What kind of rumors got told about the time Suisun obliterated Echo? Rumors? What rumors?
What rumors?
Witnesses?
The thing that happened.
There aren't witnesses. Anyways, what's the deal with Boyfriend River? Do you want to finally tell them Boyfriend River lore?
I can tell the Boyfriend River lore, sure.
Yeah.
My greatest love rival, yes.
Yes. So there are obviously a bunch of different Kokutens, and this one, this one, where the fuck are you, Morning? There, doink. This one, followed up Wrath, and Wrath was stuck on one dude for like hundreds of years. So Morning's response to just centuries of pining was, you know what? I actually miss Rauji a lot, and I actually want to live life like Kato did to some extent. So like, Morning's deal was there was basically a second Kato during his heyday, rolling around Mitsudai. Countless lovers, lots of poetry. And eventually she realized mortals grow old, they die. She got really fucking sad. So she decided, I'm gonna date nature itself. I'm gonna date abstract concepts. She one of her lovers and her primary one was a river.
Oh, people are talking about asking about the river.
They're asking about the fucking river. Let's
Yeah.
Oh man, I can even point to the river. And
It's the one going through all of Mitsudai, right?
yeah, where's the travel map? Could you
Might need to unarchive it. It'll just be
Yeah.
called Travel Map.
travel map? Travel map. Yeah, dark, light, sure. I'll spawn both of them.
It'd just be rivers, bro.
So here we go. Right here. It's
this one.
It's this river right here, and whenever Suisun would cross it after rumors started to spread about him dating the Dread Kokuten, that river would mercilessly sink any ship that he was on. The bridges would flood. He just had horrific luck on that river.
Yeah, so it's like
So-
if he had to go to the other side of the country, he would have to go through like this point right up here.
Yep.
Like in between, and then go all the way down.
Yeah, he has to go
go
all
like
the
through
way
the
to
Forbidden
Sappho.
Forest or some shit.
Yeah. Oh, that actually does remind me. One very small note. This place, Mizuna, that's one other interesting place I never got to talk about. I forgot about it. It's known. It's basically like the breadbasket. Was another nick, I think, or there was some kind of name that was a bit more. But it's basically the breadbasket of the country where they do a lot of farming around that area. And have this big lake where they can do fishing. Runs along the river. They do a pretty good job up there.
Pretty good trade partner, yeah.
Yeah, I think Imori is the only place that does more than them. Imori's doing really good. There's so many farms up there, but Mizuna is kind of like it's the only city in the area that would technically be considered like the part where like the court of the hidden gods and stuff rule.
Yeah.
So it's not like an official government spot, but a lot of people go there if they have a problem. It's a neat place, but it wasn't like a too important of a spot to visit.
Yeah. It's more centralized, kind of. Like it's like the kind of thing where it's like there's all the stuff on the left, and you don't want to be too close to the fucking three places because one of them could claim it as their own and be like, but so
Yeah,
That's what they'll be like.
Yeah, that's what they'll be like.
We never got
the sound of property rights.
Swaggy
You can see the little, I don't know if everyone's noticed, but you can see the tiny little like borders within the country, like for the cities, and then that one that separates central Mitsudai from all the land that Kanko owns. Yeah.
Then I assume a lot of the story took place in the woods.
Yeah,
woods.
it took place, most of it took place like around there,
In the woods
around
of
that central
Fidel.
chunk.
Yes.
We were mostly up there, yeah, and then I think I'm pretty sure that the oh gosh, yeah, that's something. I'm trying to see different spots. I think that's actually a good point. I should point out where different stories happen in my mind.
Here, I can drop drop the
and I'll
characters top to
put them
bottom.
out while you're doing that. How did they break up? Had the river and
Let's drop a Kokoten
It's
here.
very messy.
Daisuisen, why don't you visit me more? You only have to cross a river.
So the breakup was actually very sad because Morning lost to carry the mask, and instead Inevitability took over. And Inevitability's decision was no romance ever. We are not speaking to that river ever again. So yeah, cold shouldered the river.
Oh, that is really sad.
It's
I didn't want to break up with my river.
Yeah, too bad.
Oh no.
Umineku when the river cries.
Yeah.
Where in Mitsudai are the most immigrants from other countries? Probably going to be Red City.
Yeah.
Red City,
Falling
yeah.
Leaves, absolutely.
Yeah.
I really love Blue telling. I really love Blue telling Ryoko, because if it had been White, Ryoko would have called White out so hard of like, okay, so you needed a fucking river, and you're gonna give this girl shit for liking the boy?
Excuse me? Fucking excuse me?
You're gonna call her whack when you had like 700 lovers and dated a river. But
You
she's
dated a fucking river.
her liking one boy, that's too much.
Yes.
You see, what does Suisen have? A magic arm? That river.
That river.
That river. Gosh.
Where did the first session take place, Christian?
Oh, first session. Let's see. That
We're
right
doing-
over,
like around
right over there.
here-ish.
Yep, right over
Yeah.
there.
Right over here. Okay.
Yep.
Doink. Okay.
I
Second
remember-
session was down here.
Yes,
Right?
the money right there.
Third session. Where's this one go?
Oh, this one? This one, audience is actually way down here. Here was another one in Konko.
Oh, okay. Down here. Okay. Doink. Over there. Fourth session. That one's easy.
Yeah.
Red City, yeah.
Yeah, Red City.
Yeah, Red City.
Also,
Yeah.
while you're
My favorite peacock, the clay god.
someone
Where
else, are you
keeps
ever
calling
thinking of
the
doing
wall.
another? Are you ever thinking of doing another Mitsudai campaign in the future? If I do another campaign, I think I'd come back here at some point because it's just there's a lot of really cool stuff. The
We got a
setting
map.
is really nice, and we got a
Yeah, we got a
map
map.
and everything.
got a
So
map.
I can see me coming back. It would be a very different game than Daisuisen probably, because I'd love to show off how a bunch of this setting can hold a bunch of different shit in it. So it'd be really cool to see it from an entirely different angle
We
almost.
could have an entire
Red City
session.
only campaign.
Yeah, yeah,
We'll do
yeah,
that.
something like that.
We did actually talk about that at one
We
point.
did.
Christian.
That was one of the highest
Yeah.
ones on my list of potentials. Yeah.
Yeah.
But let's see.
Oh,
That
I
one
wonder
would be fun.
I wonder where he is. East of Amori?
East of Amori. Yep,
Nope.
east of Amori.
There we go. Where's Blood God?
Probably like so. I say east of Amori. It quite literally is probably right over here,
Right over here.
like somewhere.
Mountains?
No,
Yeah.
no. I mean, Hiyori.
Oh yeah. Where's Blood God
Hiyori's
go?
probably over there because he's like in the mountains. Blood
Oh,
God goes.
Was that one got on the top of a mountain?
He was at the top of a
Yeah.
mountain. Yeah, that's kind of like on its own. Right there. Yeah, is actually
The
where
one
a
that looks
general
like
view
butt
is.
cheeks? The butt
Yeah.
cheeks one?
Ass Mountain. It's one of the
then-
higher mountains that can actually have snow on it, so it's like that's super
'Cause I have
alright.
cake,
It's-
Suisen, you
It's
see.
where Ono wanted
Yeah,
to be married.
and then
world's crack.
Granny all the way over, right
Lower left?
here, right here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that is close to
yeah.
there. Oh wow, that's
Yeah.
really close.
Yeah. So actually, looking at this, no, we got a lot of different spots. Oh, Momozawa. I don't know, man.
Ocean.
Ocean. Yeah, basically.
Tiebreaker.
Tiebreaker. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Like
technically
somewhere over
tiebreaker
here,
would
right?
be the. Yeah,
They were-
the storytellers were in there, but the actual main event was in Tidebreaker and then on the ocean. So
It was like this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was supposed to be. It
Mhm.
probably ended up more like
Yeah.
yeah.
Daisuisen had to swim a while.
Yeah, he did.
Kokoton ran across the river.
There was a really funny prospect of shoving Momozawa in the middle of the ocean. That's where he is. But yeah, Tadao, all the way in, that center point, the Ayatori, that's where he is. Ayatori is Cat's Cradle, by the way. The joke is that the Cat's Cradle game is called Ayatori. The one where you do with all the strings in your hand. That's the big stupid pun we made.
Where did Hero of Nothing take place?
Oh, Hero of Nothing take place, huh? Oh, that's one because it's like
your heart.
Hero
Wasn't
of
it-
Nothing is
Wasn't it near Mushin?
I think
thought-
so, yeah.
It took a couple days for them to get to Mushin.
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
think, kind of funny, I think it might have been, they mentioned a lake, so it might have been, like, actually somewhere along here.
Oh.
Like, yeah, I think it is. Because when I look at it there, because I wanted it to be in the middle, but I know exactly
remember
why
Echo
he
was
was at
from
that
Mushin.
lake. Yes,
Were
he
you-
was.
You were headed
He
to
was-
Kokoton Shrine.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. Trying
Yeah,
to go to the
that
shrine
tracks.
to see if that would help get it there. So,
tracks.
yep,
Oh.
that makes sense. Yep.
Oh, yeah, that shrine that we saw in, at the very end of God of Nothing is a physical place. It's right
Yeah.
here.
I think-
It's in a fold.
I think
Yep.
he didn't get there yet. It was like right up there.
Yeah.
Where's the Toad God?
There was-
Toad God? Where? I'm
Deep
it was-
lore.
I think it was here, yeah. Like,
Yeah.
That sounds about right.
Where are you, Hint?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because the thing is, they went through Raoji near the Forbidden Woods area. So yeah, it was like, I think it was like,
I love you, Hint.
Me too. Fucking God. Over there.
yeah, that's basically the placement of all of the sessions if you look at it from like the grand scale. So no, actually, we hit basically every part of the country just about. Like we ended up getting to most areas. Basically.
Kuwaiti port.
Yeah, we never did go there.
Kawaii. I never
Kawaii.
say it correctly.
Yeah.
Here's a
goal-
question. Ooh,
The goal
you
is
go,
to never, ever, ever have anything take place in Golden Beaches because Ocean Range is just better.
Got him.
Cringe.
Got him.
Got him.
What do you got? Water?
M.
Yeah.
Have Momozawa and Bloody G ever met? They
Oh.
can.
I don't know.
They can right now if we want.
Please.
Yeah, I want to see it.
I
I want a scene of one of the other PCs meeting Hint.
That's
We,
wild.
Hey, hey, Momozawa.
Yeah.
You wanted me to freak?
You wanted me to
Please don't kill. Please. Please
Also-
don't kill her. I need her elsewhere.
Someone mentioned how much of the storyteller's tale of Momozawa was accurate.
Oh, barely any.
Yeah.
I can tell you exactly why that's the case too, because I said it a little bit in the session. But essentially, I wanted Momozawa's like story that was told to play out like a weird fever dream, because the idea is that one of the few people who witnessed what actually happened got hit by a core spirit that literally dehydrated them from contact so much that they just started hallucinating a tale that had nothing to do with what actually happened.
That's really funny.
Can't believe you tried to give a fish a dehydration brick.
Yeah, he did.
So funny.
He was gonna do it, but that dehydration brick, like a sad cat, walked back into Momozawa's jacket. So.
Rapid fire this one really quick. Wondering when Daisuisen takes place in relation to other shows. Spread throughout a decade. Generally, a year or two passes in between every session. Some sessions happen like really
Yeah.
close together if they've been mentioned chronology and happen like that.
Spencer from the Discord has a pretty decent timeline, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not final since I've kind of
Yeah.
left it a little loose so we can
Yeah.
put it all together if we have anything else. But yeah. But we did do a little bit of a checking to make sure everything was going okay, and it was.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to the Scorpion Guard? Scorpion Guard's still technically been kidnapped by Toma and is chilling in Ocean Veins temporarily.
They can
If
try
I-
and they can try and
Yeah.
get him back if they really want to. They can try. You certainly
They'll have to
can.
get through me, and they can easily. I'm but a mortal man.
Thanks,
will
Not
Spencer,
like
support
the
for-
lobster.
Thanks, Spencer, for the timeline that you made up. It's really cool to look at. Also, thank you for doing that tier list. That's very nice of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a question of what's the weakest god in Mitsurai.
Oh, I saw that one and that disappeared. Yeah.
Is it my lady?
It's your lady, yes.
Yeah, I knew it.
Peacock Goddess is absolutely the weakest god in Mitsurai. She's the only god of Mitsurai that has actual competition stealing from her, which is the Jellyfish Goddess and Rauji. She just keeps coming up, keeps fucking people over non-stop.
Yeah, Jellyfish is fucking over the Peacock Goddess. That's why in Ocean Veins, when you are like a craftsman, it's very specific how they go about like the ceremonies and stuff, because if they're not careful, they'll accidentally give all of the like thanks and like blessings and shit to the jellyfish. They all get like stolen.
Yeah.
They have to be
You
careful.
don't. It's a thing where you do not praise. There's culturally you have to choose very careful wording on how you like praise certain stuff, because it's a city of craftsmen but not artisans. So a lot of stuff, even if you're doing something artistically, it generally needs to be a craft good or something that still like has an application just to help remove that. So for example, Ryoko is definitely a very like artistic person and has a lot of the capability of making some really pretty stuff. The gift that she gave to Toba was a pen, because even though it was a very fancy pen, it was still like no, this isn't art. This isn't art. This is a practical craft we're selling here.
She does glass blowing, which you would think she uses to make like pretty arts and stuff, and she can and she does, but the most part she makes like pins and like shit like that, because it's like applicable.
Yeah, I think a part of them doing so much trade and other stuff like that was continuing to almost follow that tradition, separate from the artistic. But also, you can make an argument that many artistic things can find themselves in crafts as well, so it is like a hotly contested domain, and Jellyfish Goddess just has so many more worshippers and has also specifically tried to almost just curb the market against them however they can.
Should have been Dongo God.
The goddess of copyright.
Disney.
Wall God, strongest god.
Wall God, strongest god. Yeah.
Clay God.
Oh, it's Clay God. Fuck, damn it.
Yeah, Wall God.
Oh man, it feels
no.
bad.
What are you talking about?
I
The Wall God.
remember.
It's the Wall God.
I remember. They were just like Wall God, dude. Wall God. Does Wall God? And I was like, the fact that everyone's calling him Wall God just tells you enough, huh? It was bad.
I miss him dearly.
I think
I love Clay God.
that title's contested. There was a time when Blood God absolutely would be, but then over the years, power slowly waned and stuff like that, and Clay God became a wall. God, it might be Toad God. That's really funny.
Hey man. While we were out here grinding,
Like,
Toad God was vibing.
Yeah.
I feel
And
like both Clove and the cat have a good
They're
chance.
young and pretty strong. I would say so. Obviously, like,
scares
Kokuten's
me.
really strong. Kokuten's got a ton of considerations, and also Kokuten just got kind of chopped up a bit, so...
Kokuten's a weird one. Like,
yeah.
I wouldn't put her on the power level chart, because she's just like comedy gag character that's stronger than everyone, but hard countered by certain things. So like,
Yeah.
so Suisen is the answer. Suisen is the strongest god
Yeah,
right now. Actually,
Windrose Goku.
Windrose
Goku.
Windrose Goku is the strongest god because Kokuten's kicking around inside of
Yeah.
his body, and he is shielded from all the bullshit weaknesses. He just gets kind of sick when Windrose Goku. That's the answer.
Yes. Does Mitsurai have any unique schools of magic? I haven't come up with them. I would
the
imagine it has
summoning.
something to do with folds.
The summoning though.
Oh no! Wait, you're right. No,
Yeah,
duh.
yeah.
I don't. I forgot because technically, very technically, Golden Beach's summoning doesn't have to be magic. But there are. Yeah, that's the thing. Golden Beach's is a big summoning group, and there are a lot of mages that cycle in, but their summoning is their thing they're really known about. Their actual magic that they use for that, they're the masters of like contract-based summoning. That's mostly stuff about like we make an agreement about our terms and stuff like that, and then we both of us enact that and like stick to that. A lot of the summoning shit that Ilman does is tied to that. I won't go into that too much, obviously, leave that in Jay. But yeah, a lot of the stuff that Ilman does is directly
leave my suspicious peacock man alone.
So
do not
you've
think.
seen So if you've seen the way that Ilmans do it, it's a lot similar to that.
I would also like to step in and say there is a unique magic art of Poro Nitne when it comes to their rituals and who they let be a forest guide.
There's
that place is
it's
also Tomia's guard, the scorpion, was the scorpion god, right?
Yes,
he,
but then
he was the scorpion god and then got ousted from LG and instead he just made the contract with them for his own survival, and now he's here.
The Golden Beaches firmly believes that gods are not really gods and that they're more just like spiritual beings, and so they basically stripped the title of god from the scorpion god and just made it the scorpion guard instead.
That's one of the reasons Ryoko was really scared about getting married to Tomia, because she was scared that Golden Beaches would get like more claim to Ocean Veins, and then they would disrespect the peacock.
Yeah.
My one weakness, the letter R.
Wait, or Coward Cloven Cat God Young. That basically the cutoff point for what I believe the god old versus new in is old gods come from before the Rauji War, and any god that became into existence post the Rauji War is considered young.
If you're younger than 500.
I think the scale right now is the concept of Kokutin is like the oldest kind of thing. Then next up is probably Blood God, Silver God, and like Toad God probably. Like
Toad God's actually younger than you, by a decent chunk,
fuck?
but
Damn.
but you respect him.
And then everyone else.
Why did Peacock let the core spirit attach to Ryoko?
Peacock's a
kind of suspicious, right?
This Peacock's a little shit and was like, haha, this will be funny.
Peacock was like, haha, this girl's gonna have a bad time. I'm gonna make it blow up.
How do gods come into being? Not my question to answer. That's some deeper lore stuff.
When a mommy god and a daddy god love
each other.
That is deep lore.
Deep lore stuff. How did the peacock let the that one? That's basically Peacock was just like Peacock saw the Golden Beaches coming in, and they were about to take the one heir of the most major family in marriage, and that would basically mean that family would fall under the domain of a Golden Beaches family. So she gave the core spirit to Ryoko because she fully intended for something awful to happen that would ruin the wedding. And then Ryoko decided that she'd make that something she chooses.
Yeah, instead of it being my dad died and I canceled the wedding, or my fiance died and I canceled the wedding, which was what was probably going to happen if he came any earlier. Ryoko just said, suck my cock.
I believe
Goddess went,
Peacock Goddess was expecting it to be Toba. I don't think she was expecting it to be the father, but at that point, I mean, I think she was literally too late, and I think she also left town at a certain point because the god meeting was happening. So she's just like, I'll leave this to do its own devices. Like, oh, he's sick. All right, well, that'll still probably solve itself. I'm leaving.
Yeah, it's like also it was a thing of if Tomia stayed at their estate, he would have also gotten fucked up. But he was like, oh, this place sucks. I'm gonna go stay.
It's just like because they can't. Most likely, they would need like if they were waiting there for a while for the Peacock Goddess to come back, then that would also be something that would potentially give more time for things to sit.
Yeah, it would have just been like that situation was made to explode.
And then it exploded in a nice way.
It exploded in the way I wanted it to.
It was more like an implosion with the names combining.
Yeah.
That's true.
That makes you think. Who drew the heart over there?
Really thinks you make.
merely makes you thonkers. Yeah, that's a good chunk of questions. It seems like questions are.
Yeah.
One more very important question, then we'll wait a little bit. Tell me, is Dick still broken or was it saved?
Saved.
I fixed it.
Good.
Yeah, you fixed it. Good job.
My amazing girl boss plan. I've said it in chat before, but I'll say it on stream. We knew about Tomia's dick being him having lip dick. Like we knew about that for months. Yeah, he was like limp dick for months, and we kept making jokes about it. And then like 2 nights before the session, I went to Christian, and I was like, if I merge our families and make a new one, would that counteract the limp dick? And he was like, LMAO, I don't know. And I was like, puts that in my pocket. And then having Jay watch me in real time counteract, just like by pure girl boss power, counteract his fucking god curse.
Yeah.
And I was like, my smug aura, dude.
Listen, a good play is a good play, and that's clever enough to defeat a curse of a god.
I did it for my homie. Shout out to Noritachi.
Well, probably if you have more questions,
Queen.
if you have questions and stuff, feel free to like get them ready. I think we should do another scene and then maybe open the floor again.
I got two suggestions.
Yeah. Also, first,
yeah.
hello, hi, hey. Also, Mr. Aram, I want to say great.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
Mr. Aram.
I have a suggestion. I don't know if if we covered this at all on this stream or anywhere else, but there was a long there was this bit where you added everyone to the server after like selecting the people you wanted to play in this, and everyone was kind of like collectively brainstorming their character concepts. Would people be interested in doing like this is why I decided to play this character?
No, that'd be really good. I think I see the seed there because your reason was the best. I
was trying to backdoor it around.
I respect it. That's smart.
The scenes I think will be relatively short
Yeah.
from the ones
Do
that
the
were
scenes,
suggested.
and
Two
then we can
very
do that.
short ones. If you have any further suggestions, let's roll. I'm taking one from Aloha and then
Which one? Which one?
I'm taking the one that I find funnier.
Oh damn.
I'm sorry.
They're both great though.
They're both very good.
Do one of these scenes have me in them? Because I might need to step up for a second. Okay.
The first one has you. It's a short one though. So
I'll pop up after that. That's fine.
Deep in the woodlands. Yukitake. You wonder.
What a beautiful countryside. Sighs. But I long for my old lands of Rauji.
Yeah, keep living it up. A very upset guardian of the underworld follows behind this man. The last few days have been him crossing the landscape, almost dying time and time again, but he refuses to pass on to the underworld. How long could this take? Hey, buddy, you hear nothing.
He stops.
Huh?
And he sits down. Oh, he's not listening to you at all. He pulls out a little totem.
What?
Oh, tortoise god, grant me the wisdom to find my way through these woods.
Ah! She takes a step backwards. Wait, why do you have magic here? Stop! Come on!
I think I've learned a valuable lesson.
Yeah, eat those berries over there. They're poisonous.
Perhaps Mitsudai truly is a different land. A place disconnected from Rauji. A place of nature and learning.
What?
He thinks, kind of looking down. I understand why you sent me here, my lord. My ignorance. I apologize for it. When I return, I'll write a poem about it. He steps up. I'll write memoirs. I'll train many to understand the beauty of this country. He steps off this way. He steps off the wrong way. He's going deeper into the woods.
Oh, buddy, no, come on, get back on the road. There's civilization this way. You could live. She's yelling. And with that, there you go. Take your break.
My other scene was I wanted Momozawa to fight the core spirit of family.
It's fine, J-Man, you here?
Yeah.
And another swamp.
Perfect timing. There's fireworks outside my house.
It's perfect. Hey, what's your relationship with various contacts that Core Spirit Stabilizers have?
Oh, probably not good.
Fantastic. Over here.
Ah.
Both of you sit. You're having tea. J-Man, roll me a tea check really quick.
All right. Oh, all right. Two. Oops. Uh-oh. Oh, this is gonna be whack. Uh-oh.
Oh, fantastic. Hold on.
Don't worry. I got this. There we go. Not great today.
Excellent. Okay. Oh. She sits there. So, welcome to my house. Is there anything that I can assist you with?
He kind of glances over at her glowy ass house.
Yeah.
Then looks back at her and he takes a sip of the quite frankly not too great tea that he's been enjoying today. He thinks a little bit longer. I might be in need of some directions.
I see. Well, a trade is a trade. She leans forward. You know the deal. One secret for another. I'm sure you have so much to hide. Her empty eyes glimmer, reflecting nothing from your face. If you want directions, provide me with something in turn, okay?
Very well. What type of secrets do you seek then?
One's of significant value to the holder.
A secret of significant value for me.
She nods.
He thinks about that, and he ponders greatly for a moment. I'm gonna roll the die for him. Oh yeah, wait, why the fuck is he turbo wounded right now?
I don't know. Why is Momozawa on the verge?
I think it's because of so for the final session, you only had one stat, right? So.
Oh yeah, you're right.
And let me unlock my fucking red set. Damn. Oh, that's funny. Be perfectly frank with you. No secrets are particularly meaningful to me. I'm actually quite an honest person. You can ask me any such question, and I'll answer it perfectly honestly.
Oh boy, she thinks about that. Is it true? Well, I guess I could pursue confirmation instead. She trails off and pokes a finger into her cheek, sort of twisting it around. Is it true that one of the 3 major families of Golden Beaches disappeared due to directions you gave to their youngest master?
Yes.
I see. Are you still allowed in that part of the country?
Depends on who you ask.
I see. She trails off. Are you still no longer? She thinks. Are you the one that did battle with the jellyfish goddess and sunk an entire island off the Raujin coast?
No.
I see. She trails off, a big glimmering smile across her face. And finally, most importantly, she leans in. What does your face look like?
Oh, that is no great secret at all. He reaches up and he pulls off the talisman on his face, and you just get a good sheer look at Momozawa's face. You don't get to see, audience.
Her eyes glitter lightly as she sits back. A pleasure doing business as always. If you're looking for the entrance to the Toad God's realm, points off into the distance, right over there.
I see. Very good. Thank you very much, then.
She smiles a big look, a positively glowing look on her face. Unfortunately, it seems like Hint and Momozawa actually get on better than Hint and Suisen did.
I didn't see what direction she pointed, so I'm just gonna assume it was, like...
Yeah. Momozawa, like the hero you are, you stand up to your full height and you walk into the swamp, your small hat dipping down deep below the surface. Bam! Done! Oh, excellent.
I'm surprised. I was not ready for hint time.
She's delightful. Thank you, audience. So, to pick up where we left off, Aram had a really good prompt.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we all got put together in a server, and more or less there's 10 sessions. They're gonna happen in more or less this order. Give me your characters, and everyone came up with a different idea. What order do you want to do this in, Christian and/or Aram?
I'll also talk for the people that like weren't here because I do remember in Kage and Brennan's case how we talked about it. But yeah, I'd say let's go in session order perhaps. I can also maybe start it off with Suisen, since I think Suisen's definitely a character that was kind of like that. I think for Suisen, I remember that when I was doing it, I was like, okay, this is gonna be a very like the big thing is I wanted the vibe of a character that could like just travel around and do a bunch of different stuff and be like, you know, the core, like, hey, this character weaves in and out of the narrative and shows up sometimes, maybe even late in the sessions. And I think there were some curveballs tossed at me with like Kokuten as well and other stuff that ended up happening in certain sessions. But really the character was supposed to be a wanderer, and also very immediately was supposed to have like a very low sense of self, what with all like the stuff like that. It kind of fit into the whole thing with the show sort of drifting. That was like me, regardless of what other themes would show up. I was like, I want a character struggling with finding themselves and figuring out what they're doing, but also still kind of doing shit and actually working and doing a life. Like they're still a core stabilizer, they're still going around and they're still kind of like enjoying life, but they're also not like, they don't really know what their purpose is and they're kind of lost. And a character that could do both at the same time was kind of how I went with Suisen. And so even with his stats, I tried to design them around like how he talks to other people. And I think over time he drifted, and more I realized, yeah, you know what, I think this is going to be not just a character that's like, oh, he's traveling around trying to find his life, but specifically a character that is struggling, trying to find themselves and also interact with people and find themselves with other people while like acting on them with their own wills, and trying to figure out how he can live a life while still trying to actually like talk to people and interact with people. And as we saw at the end, how to be comfortable with the concept of forcing his will on other people. So he kind of drifted with time, and I feel like as everything lined up, more and more stuff started to click with him. So then by the time like we got to the end, it all just felt super obvious, and I was able to wrap it back around pretty nice. And tons of characters, I couldn't go over all of them, but Suisen was like the big one. And a part of naming him Suisen was because I liked the I was looking at flowers because yes, and I saw the Narcissus flower, and I was like, it'd be really cool to start mixing in some like Narcissus parallels here, but then almost like invert it with the thing of like, this guy's like the opposite. He sees very little in himself. He can't see anything. And that's like the main theme up until the very end, when the theme changes to Where There's a Will was called Empty Reflections, as a kind of callback to that like myth. And that kind of song was like, hey, what if Narcissus looked in the waters and couldn't see anything? Can't even love himself, and some stuff like that. So, yeah, I think there was some fun stuff making Suisen, but yeah, that's like getting started with that. And then I dragged a bunch of people in, and I ended up leveling it out. We got 9 people, and I realized, hey, what if I made it 10? Not for only Suisen, but then with also a few like fun little references with what the weird squid thing at the end, 10 sessions, 10 arms, just being really quirky. Yeah. So yeah. And also the sort of thing with like this entity inside of Suisen, while Suisen himself is kind of a normal person, also kind of is like that he as an entity is a sort of bridge between a divine thing and a normal person, which from the very start is true, and then people lean into that theme, and I feel like he's got a lot. Suisen has a lot of small little details that the more exaggerated aspects ended up becoming more important because of the themes people started hitting. So yeah, and I was really happy because in the end, I was able to perfectly line it up where we'd have a normal person, like, like divine, and then here's just a regular person, and we kept going back between heaven and earth. So everything really worked out in the end in terms of theming. So I was really happy about that. And with that, I'd also want to toss it over to oh yeah, and Blue Odyssey points it out. God damn it! And at the end, he is technically in love with himself. Yes, yeah. Quite literally, he's smitten with the person inside of him. Yeah. It's great.
Yeah.
So yeah, I won't pass over to Jay though. Jay, why don't you talk about Kokutin?
Why don't I talk about Cully?
Oh no, don't no. Yeah,
No,
yes, you can talk about the Cully lore as well, but yes.
So I always had the idea that Kokutin is the character I led with. I immediately am like, no, I'm gonna do this. My goal was I would walk in and create a character that would ruin Christian. That was always the goal from the very start. She immediately morphed into her own beast, her own boar wilderness, bone-crushing beast.
Yeah.
But like, she definitely started from a point of like, hey, what if I took like Umineko Beatrice and like made her large and increasingly feral.
Yeah.
But she wound up very much as her own character. Then Christian. So Cully was originally supposed to be an Indigo character. And we thought it'd be funny to give him a backstory here. He died during that backstory. So
yeah,
you win some, you win some, you lose some. What was that? Yeah.
Was that? Well, hang on. Was that? I thought, was Cully not quote unquote supposed to die?
No.
Did you not expect him to die?
No, he was a chapter 3 character.
It was a future chapter 3 character that got here. So
Bring him back.
Really, it was his fate, honestly.
Yeah, fate with the name.
Wait,
it was a Cully.
I watched your session, but I can't quite remember now. Was he killed by bad dice luck? How did he end up dying in that situation when you didn't think he was going to?
So basically, the way he died was his inability to escape that storm of life in the fold. Mm-hmm. He just rolled shit. He rolled, dude rolled bad, died, and I'm like, well.
Is Mask tiny and in a box for anyone else?
That sounds normal to
I'm
me.
intentionally quiet, but
no, I'm sorry.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, Cully got. Cully was supposed to be our Cully was quite literally the first exorcist we made for chapter 3. He's dead now. He's not going to be in it. But Christian pitched me with, hey, what if you throw your stink man in and you just play him and are awful to Suisen? I'm like, yeah, I'll do that. And I could not stick to the plan. And Cully turned out pretty good. But Cully was literally just, I'm going to care zero about this character. And everything about him was improvised on the spot, as was the goal. He was literally a blank slate. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he died. I took the name from Aloha. I said, hey, Aloha, can you do me a huge favor? Can you lend me the name Cully? Because it's that name is originally from For the King, a game that we all played together, big old board game. And Cully was Aloha's character, named after cultists. because the enemies in that game were cultists. So his first name was Cully T, and we suspected deeply he might have been a cultist.
And it was like every time you guys played a new round, there was a different Cully. It was like Cully T,
Yeah.
Cully G,
And
Cully this,
they all
Cully
died
that.
tragically.
They all died tragically.
You guys
until...
win eventually?
We did win, yeah.
We did, yeah.
On my
Did
birthday.
the
We
last
won,
Cully...
won on your birthday.
The last Coley did, yes, the last Coley did indeed. There was a Coley on the final squad, if I remember correctly.
Coley M.
I never swapped. Yeah, Coley M for
Yeah,
Monkey.
yeah.
Cully
Yeah.
M for Monkey. It was Cully M, Deep Lore, your character Christian, and
Yes,
Noctua.
yes, and then, yeah.
The first time I put Noctua in, of course she
It's Noctua
wins.
2, though, I think.
Yeah,
It's
it's
Noctua
Noctua
3.
2.
I can't remember which one, but yeah.
But then so Cully met his fate. And then Kokoten. Kokoten's a fun one because I told no one any of the details about her.
Yeah. I'm
Yes, I did.
proud.
Yeah.
I am proud because I think I got like 4/5
You
of
got
the
close,
character before we started, which is really cool. And then
Yeah.
and then it was really cool. I liked it.
Yeah, so like all the details with like, oh, she's a childhood friend of Suisen. Christian had no idea about that
Yeah,
shit.
I didn't know
That's-
about that part.
I literally threw that in because I'm like, this will be funny if she winds up as a villain and he blows her up eventually. That's hysterical.
Yeah.
And if they go down a different route, which they clearly did, that's excellent. And I'm a genius and I've laid all the seeds and everyone will. This is intentional. It was not. Kokoten was very much just me creating a character for Christian and then just taking it in whatever the fuck direction I wanted, which is how the session was too. So yeah, no, very fitting. Aram.
Oh boy. Well, there were really two tent poles to my the concept for my character in my session. Number one was I decided as I was going through possible concepts, I was like, I sometimes think about trying to play a character in the style of another player, and I play so few new characters that I rarely get a chance to try it. And this might be a good opportunity because if it turns out I can't pull it off, it's low stakes because it'll be one session, so I won't be stuck with a character I can't play well. So I was like, well, who do I want to mimic? And I thought about people that I know that I feel have very distinctive styles for characters. And my first choice was actually going to be Will, because Will's tastes are very particular and he wears them on his sleeve. And so I was like, oh, I could definitely play a Will girl.
Yeah.
And I thought about that for a bit, then I was like, yeah, I could do that, but I kind of want to, if I'm gonna fall on my face, I want to do it in a big way. So I want to pick someone that I think will be harder for me to effectively mimic. And so I actually settled on Brennan. I was like, I want to see if I can manage to play a Brennan PC. And the essential qualities of the Brennan PC for me were dark-skinned female character who is very deadpan and kind of scary, and probably secretly or not so secretly suffering from horrible trauma, but keeps that on the DL. Because I was mostly thinking of characters like Harlock, Presley.
Harlock and Presley are the two big ones, and obviously, there's which game?
God, Brennan character.
Yes, Brennan's
Hanabi.
character in 13th God, Hanabi, yes.
Yeah. Hanabi somewhat, not quite the same, but got the same scary, flat demeanor.
Yeah, will kill you.
Yeah, will kill you. So I was like, okay, so that gives me some basics to work off of. I don't remember exactly how I settled on some of the salient details, she's gonna be a minor, she'll be a diggin' girl or whatever. But I think I kind of sat down and I was like, I want to play a character who's just in the most pathetic situation possible, and seemingly not reacting to it at all emotionally. And so I sat down and wrote a backstory thing in which I detailed Omani, I came up with it pretty much all sprung from I came up with the phrase "the land of bitter honey," and I was like, oh, that's I don't even know what that means, but I'm using it.
Yeah.
So I worked off of that and wrote a little backstory page and gave it to Christian, and we workshopped it just a little.
I fucking loved it, and I ended up just leaning wholly into it. I started to look into like new map stuff because I wanted to try to do stuff with like the actual environment of Omani, which is one of the it's probably one of the most striking environments I had to make because it's just so specific. There's such a visual there.
Yeah, awful swamp city at the foot of the mountains.
Yeah, with like black soot ground, and it's just bad.
Yeah.
But I do remember one aspect. The digging, I think, came about as just like, child minor sounds awful and like decrepit
I think
enough.
it was like, what's really fucking sad? Well, child labor, of course.
Yes.
What's the most brutal physical labor? Mining.
And the big thing was, but the other aspect of that was after we got that, the other aspect of the character was what is the one thing they're very good at to an almost extreme degree. Harlock had traps. Presley had, hacking, and so digging was this person's.
Yeah.
Digging holes!
Right, and so I mentioned there were the two things that drove my conception of the session. So the first was playing a Brennan character, which mostly spawned the character concept that I went with. And the second was, we were talking about the order the sessions were going to be in, and it was looking like I was going to be somewhere in the first half, either second or third. And when it was like more or less decided I was going to be in one of those, I thought back to Katana Gatari, which is it's not as similar, it's more like 13th God than Daisuisen, but
13th God is pretty much,
but it's a similar like, it's like 10 episodes and there's like a different locale and central NPC in each episode that the party encounters. And I was like, man, like I feel like those types of shows always need to fill in between the like super out there crazy episodes. They've always got that one episode. It's usually like the second or third that's like, yep, this is exactly an episode. This is the one you can skip. This is the one you won't remember.
You were the desert swordsman.
yeah, so Katana Gatari's got the guy sitting in a house in the desert who's very boring.
Yeah.
And so I was like, all right, Christian, here's my pitch. I want to be the filler episode.
Yeah. And it really worked because then it also leaned into the random episode you see at 4 a.m.
Yeah,
like after,
that was
the
vibe was so immaculate for that. God.
So yeah, no, that's like my favorite anecdote to come out of planning is just my pitch to Christian of make sure my session is thoroughly unimportant. It's I'm just there. And I think it actually worked out okay because it like the first episode with all of the bullshit you had in store, Jay, was so big and so complex and intricate and like bedazzling that I was like, thank God I'm not trying to top that.
Yeah.
I'm deliberately going the hard opposite direction of digging. And so there won't be a basis of comparison.
Yeah. And I will say, what I think is, I do gotta say, both of you two in a row, I have to really compliment the most bedazzling, incredible, like magical feeling adventure, and then the most just like dirt poor kind of vibe thing. Mud and piss. And that really, I think, immediately set up the like big god stuff, lowly earth stuff.
Yeah. You fucking right.
And the dichotomy we didn't set out to do, but it kind of worked out that way.
For Brennan's, I do have a little bit of lore. So Brennan's character, obviously really cool. Yeah. really cool character. Definitely, I do think it's funny because Aaron was like, I know, I'll play a Brennan character. And then Brennan went out and did some wild other shit this time, which is a really fun just kind of thing because it's like, you pin down a pretty accurate Brennan character, I think. And then we step over and Brennan's like, well, I guess I'm getting too predictable. He didn't actually even know, I don't think, but he just chose anyways. Because the character in question I remember we were at one point we're going to do like a game. What was the system? One of those systems where you play like very very out there kind of mythological kind of beings. And this was a character that was originally from that, but that game ended up getting didn't like get off the ground, which is just that happens a lot, honestly. Games just filter out and stuff. But he took that character, was like, you know, this is still an idea I had. And it's like, yeah, you know what, that works perfectly here. Just the idea of a sentient almost nature that forms around the statue and how that statue has obtained enlightenment. So we sort of played that out as this statue slowly obtaining enlightenment over the course of the session. It was really cool. It was a very like cerebral session and a very like airy like philosophical session, which I think is a wonderful contrast to the next session, which is also all about your head, but instead giving you a panic attack, being so intense in another way, in a very grounded way. Which that's Roma. If Roma wants to talk about Ryoko a little bit.
Ryoko, I think I was one of the last people to come up with concepts. I think I was pretty late in the game because everyone else came up with theirs. That I was like, I was told I was also like, it changed around a lot where I was gonna be in the order.
Yes.
I was always going to be in the first half, but like I remember there was like one point where I was going to be the first episode, one point where I was going to be the third episode. It was like I was in every single one of the positions at some point. And I was like, well, we got a lot of I didn't know much about anyone. I knew there was a lot of like big magic happening. I was like, I knew about like Kokuten, I knew about like Momozawa, I know about a bunch of stuff, but the only person I knew about that was like just a normal human was Ko, and I was like, all right, gamers, I'm gonna play a normal human. My problem is not going to be supernatural in nature at all. Like, yeah, there was a core spirit, yeah, he was killing my dad, but the real problem was noble politics, and Suisen's problem that he's going to have to deal with is not going to be magical at all. It is just going to be noble politics. So I was like, well, I'm gonna do the thing that we've seen 100 times. I'm playing a noble woman. She's in an arranged marriage. She's not happy about it. That's it. That's what I'm doing.
I really liked it because again, it's such a simple idea. It's such a a really classic idea, and we ended up doing some really fun stuff with it. But again, I just I really enjoyed every character that was also pretty normal because they helped. Like when you have some normies around, it helps make the gods shine as well, and so it was a very very nice thing. But next, I believe it's cameraman.
Yeah, cameraman. Fuck.
The cameraman of Mitsuda.
My first idea was I was going to play a forest.
Yeah, I remember that. And then,
I was like, you know, it would be pretty, like, this is a good idea, and I put a pin in it. I was like, playing a forest, that's hilarious, because it's just like this kind of thing of like, just GMing a session for Suisen, and I'm playing a forest is kind of hilarious.
Yeah. It's
but it
really
was like,
cool.
It was too artistic and not fun enough for me, so I was like, I will come up with something better. And then Brennan was like, yeah, by the way, I'm playing a forest, and I'm like, oh yeah. Very original.
Nice little dig right there.
And so I was just sitting there, and it was just like, well, one character archetype I really enjoy is that like Venn diagram of like poor immortal war god kind of deal. And I was like, I want to do that. And I was like, sure. Then I was like, okay, blood god, bam. And then Christian was like, okay. And then threw lore at me. And I was like, whoa, this guy's kind of important.
Yeah.
Because I saw this image on Twitter of just like, it was art of just like a character, like an immortal character, and then like someone they know, and that someone aging. Them not, and I was just like, you know what, that's a cool story to tell in like a one-shot kind of deal. But then I was like, you know, God's memories, it's just like, in order to go, you can't like, you know, start from the beginning, because the beginning is like thousands and thousands of years ago. So it's just like the easiest way to do that is to go backwards. And so yeah, that's very the whole session idea of going backwards through Blood God's memories of this one person came up from using Rauji Deep Lore
Yeah.
I didn't know Blood God was like a red until like the beginning of the session when Christian was like, "Yeah, here you go," and I was like, "Okay, cool, nice, checks out."
Yeah, I really do.
Yeah. I don't know, there wasn't really much like complex ideas. I just like got it, and then I was like, okay, yoink, and planted it down on the ground. Like, I'm trying to think if there's anything else like wild.
We
about
almost never saw your son's child face because Christian is mean to me.
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't see the child until like I didn't see any of those
Yeah.
icons until session.
Yeah, it was very nice.
probably
I got
for
to
the most
see
part,
that. Like,
for the most part, Aloha just tossed me the ball and was like, "Hey, make something."
Yeah, I was just like,
I-
yeah, do it.
you know, you being a dongo salesman came up way less than I thought it would,
Oh,
considering how
yeah.
much we talked about you being a
Yeah.
dongo salesman.
Yeah.
All we
Didn't
talked about.
Didn't stop you from fucking sneaking into my session.
Yeah.
Like it was this thing of like I was like, what would a god fucking do? You know, because like it's that kind of thing of like because it was a whole deal about, you know, the Raujian ascension, and it's just like, you know, Mitsunai as a developing like thing now, you know, all these gods, all these people angry at Rauji angry at them. It's just like it's not a time for a blood god or a god of violence or carnage, because like if someone like that existed, you know, the theoretical thing of a god, you know, like I remember me and Christian talked about it, where it's just like, what happens if all the gods pray to one god? You know, it's like you get a super god, right? And it's just like if they did that,
Yeah, there was like,
and then what do the 12 do in response? Oh, I mean the 13, you know. But what do they do? Well, they pray to the hawk god, and then it's just like no one has fun, everyone dies, and you know everything sucks. So it's just like the best course of action is to just like intentionally weaken yourself and like remove yourself from like, you know, the godly civilization, you know, so that people don't, you know, die.
people don't turn to you as an icon for their bloodshed they want. So you just kind of like, you took the domain and left like the Avatar.
Yeah, dude. If you're sharp enough, people are eventually going to use you as a sword.
That's like one of those things you'd see in one of those posts that's like, I can't believe these lines were from Tumblr.
The Edge. Yeah. I enjoy Blood God a lot because it's just like it's that deep lore, because I really like Rauji a lot. And obviously Mitsurai. So it's just like this kind of thing where it's like to have a character that could express those, like, be a vehicle for some of that deeper shit, like, you know, like Kokiden and then like the Iron God, because we brought up in like Indigo and stuff about why Raujian Iron is when Teach was like, actually,
actually,
because I feel like me and Christian talked about that like months and months and months ago before that, and then I was just thinking about it, and Bretta was just like, yes, like Raujian Iron, and then I was like, haha, Bretta, you do not know the lore that we haven't done.
Yeah. It might have been brought up in like a recording, but not something that was seen. Who knows?
Yeah, it's good shit. But yeah, nothing complicated. I was just like, yeah, slaps down on the table.
Did you know what the did you have and you basically understood what the plot of your session was going to be, or no?
Going to be because I came up with the idea of a god going back through his memories, right? And I wanted like a you know, like a son or daughter, you know, kind of thing, where it's just like someone who is more mortal than you, like not a lover, but like, you know, just someone you've adopted along the way and taken care of, right? That's pretty much was the idea. I didn't have anything like who the person was. I didn't like design. I didn't know the character until the session, and I saw him, and I was like, well, fuck, I care about this character now, and had to slowly go back through the memories, me not knowing anything about them myself, how I met them, all this other shit. It's a real flex of me pretending like I know what I'm doing, but in actuality, no.
Next up, we got Mask with Hiyori.
So, there's not too much to say about Hiyori because, I mean, as is evident, he's a fairly simple character. And that was kind of the point. Like, I basically started with the concept of, okay, what would be a cool thing to throw at Christian, and so happened along the idea that I came up with that I liked the best was guy dies and then two of him comes back, and I just said to Christian, and you just pick however this works out, which one of them is real, if either of them are a monster, etc., etc. And it was fucking incredible. And also,
so good.
Huge shout out to Chad for Milo, my wife, who I fucking adore. I love their whole dynamic.
I went to you and I was just like, hey, what does your spouse look like? And you were just like a Milo tick. And so I was just like, okay, Gajinka.
Yeah, I was just like, the only image I have is like something pretty and graceful, and so like here's melodic because it's literally the closest thing I can think of to like the vibe I'm feeling. And Chad was like, excellent, and then created melodic Gajinka and Phoebus Dad, which is just legendary.
He didn't have any friends, that's why he's still Phoebus.
Next.
No!
I actually remembered something important about the session. For the idea of the session, the character is I wanted the session with no jokes.
Oh yeah,
that
was another thing.
That was the biggest thing going in, where it's just like a lot of her content, even if it's like dark sometimes, has a lot of comedic levity. And I was like, even if it like, I just want something that's just straight serious, like pretty much the entire way through. And I was like, I did that, and I'm happy. Thumbs up, and that's
Top 10 saddest anime episodes.
Yeah. I was really fun working on that with you.
Yeah.
Even mine had some comedic levity.
Yeah.
Suisun going like,
I'll
distract him.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why Suisun was removed from the episode the most part. He couldn't fucking say a word out of his mouth without.
Idiot.
Next one, Monichi.
Hello. So Granny went on a journey. Because my original concept had been just like a hermit old lady, kind of like off her rocker, and I wanted a character who could just like say anything and not have it make any sense at all, and people be like, all right, lady, okay. And she didn't really like connect to people or gods, but she liked, of course, she liked spirits in general, because at the time we didn't really know as players like what spirit stabilizers did. I just knew that I wanted her to be like something like an exorcist, and then Christian suggested she was also a core spirit stabilizer, and then eventually maybe she mentored Suisun, so that ended up being a big connection for her. She also one time we were like in a voice chat and someone had asked me if she had ever fallen in love at one point. And I was like, I don't know, maybe. I think she could. It'd have to be a very specific kind of person, though. I guess I could think about what kind of person that is, and then started drawing it, and I was like, oh, I think I have a character. Oh, this is probably, maybe I'll make him an icon. I'll make him an icon, and then I made him an icon, and I made more icons, and I can make an icon.
I remember joining call, and you being like, I designed them, and you sent the icons, and then me and Aloha sitting there and being like, Monichi. Monichi.
So many.
I think Aloha was like, wow, he looks like Shaggy.
Dude, and I was just like waiting. I was sitting there during the session. I was like, someone's gonna mention that he looks like Shaggy. Only one person did when he first showed up, and no more. And I was like,
the ponytail. It disguises it.
So when I was drawing him and I started like coloring, I was like, yeah, this is good. he kind of reminds me of Shaggy, and then I had to look up pictures of live-action Shaggy to convince myself this is not Shaggy. And when you
live action Shaggy.
they're not the same.
I had
but
to look up
just
live
enough.
action Shaggy.
And I have memes of him just like being connected to Shaggy that have not been shared, which now I guess I can.
Yeah, I was like,
damn, it won't stop.
I want to say I'm
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said anything because I knew it was gonna happen.
It was gonna happen. It was gonna happen at one point.
Yeah,
and
probably
already.
was.
I'm proud of Christian for not once during the session doing the Iruru joke.
I never did. Oh, not even gonna get at that one right now.
Well, I also designed young Granny before I officially designed old Granny because I was like, I'll just design one and age her up. That'll make it a little easier for me, and maybe it'll make her like I don't know, a little unique in her older design. And then I made an icon for younger Granny. I was like, maybe we could do a flashback or something. And then I made more icons. And then I started coming up with a whole backstory of like her adventures as a core spirit stabilizer. And then at some point there was, Kokotin cursed the shit out of her.
I remember being there for that conversation too. That one was really funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, Granny's a trip. I love her so much.
Granny is, I think, the only character I can say was continued to be developed up to the session that she was in.
Would have kept going.
It just kept going. So it's a good thing. Yes, it's a good thing that she did. That was very good.
It was always fun being in calls when you guys were talking about Granny too, because it was so like a ball rolling, and everyone would be like, "What about this thing about Granny?" And then it would be like 2 hours later.
Yeah.
Like pages of lore.
Yeah. It's just very fun. But next up, J-Man.
Yeah, so Momozawa was that was an interesting one to make. It all initially started, I think I was the last person asked to hop on Daisuisen. Because literally the second I was asked, I got pulled into the Discord server. But Momozawa originally stemmed from, we were playing Monster Hunter Rise, and there's a shopkeeper in that game who I just really like the design of a lot, and I was like, I want to play that. And then somebody told Christian that I wanted to play that, and then Christian pulled me into Daisuisen. And
yeah, it was one of those things when picking players. I think I remember I was like, all right, who'd be good? And I had like potential, and I think when I brought up J-Man, yeah, Jay, you were like, oh, I think, and then you started posting things. I'm like, yeah, and so I grabbed you in, and I think the primary inspiration besides that was probably Mononoke.
Yeah, Mononoke. Because what happened was you described you posted that like big like kind of like Mitsudai lore doc, and then you kind of talked a little bit about Suisen, and you mentioned that Suisen would be kind of like to a degree inspired off of like Mushishi, and I kind of wanted to be a like opposing force to a certain degree. And I suppose the primary thing I wanted to make my character was, and this is where it's weird because I didn't talk to anyone about Momozawa. I kind of talked to Christian about Momozawa, but I didn't tell him much because my mystery. Because not even I knew what was really up, and that's because I wanted to make a character that A, nobody would understand, and B, I wanted to make a character everybody would forget in 3 months.
Yeah, this motherfucker worked, and I immediately went, let's put him at the end of chapter 2.
No, I didn't even tell you how he worked. I told you that he was an asshole, and then you went, let's put him at the end of chapter 2. And I said, okay.
You told me his mechanics, and I extrapolated his personality. Where you're like, I think I figured out something cool with how his last stat works, and I'm like, I see. Let's put him at the end of chapter 2.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I didn't really think about Momozawa too much. In fact, I refused to. I kind of wanted just to let him take over my body and just see what happens whenever I play him.
Yeah.
When... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, because I remember, as a slight note of that, I feel like when we started getting into the design of your actual session, where you like did the idea of like, what about a fun storytelling concept? I know the way influence of what Momozawa was in my head is basically like the personification of like the mythos of the character and like the discussion that we had about how he was going to be. Like everyone's like beliefs of what Momozawa was going to be coming in. I was like, all right, I'm going to make this into how he is and his specific side story thing.
Yeah. I remember when you hit me up and you were just like, hey, do you want to do the thing where you play Suisen and I play Momozawa? And we take turns GMing and then Chad GMs the like latter half of the entire session. I was really down. But I also have like a weird amount of anxiety doing that because it's like one of those things where, you know, I'm making something for a different for like a person's like setting and world that I honestly don't know a lot about.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of expectations. So then I just decided I'm just gonna make something that doesn't need to actually be canon at all, and it's going to be visceral and upsetting. I don't want anyone to enjoy it.
Well, I enjoyed it, but yes, I agree.
Yeah.
It was a very visceral, fun thing, and I liked it a lot.
Yeah, I think I've accomplished one of my goals with Momozawa as a character, which is nobody understands him except for me. Everybody who's ever chatted about Momozawa on a Discord or whatever is completely wrong. And you should feel bad about that. But so far the people forgetting about him thing hasn't happened yet. It's gonna be harder since he's like in chapter 3 now, I guess.
Sorry, I like him.
Yeah. But yeah, no, that's the plan. That's all I really got.
Nice. Then
finally it would be
Kaguya isn't here right now, but I can say that I know for the simplest inspiration possible, Kaguya at the core wanted to make a nice dog and also really likes old man characters, and so basically ended up fusioning them together into one singular concept. I think the big thing is Kaguya walking in had no idea it was going to be a road trip. At the first, he was just like, yeah, this is a character that's stuck here for a long time and is mostly sitting at this shrine spot. The character themselves is definitely like a lot of the inspiration for the old Iroh type of character. Just this really cool swordsman old man, but also one of those characters that's just like really sad. He was definitely running in expecting me to hit him as sad as possible. I think he was ready for that, and he knows what kind of jamming I can do. I mean, like the Blood God. I think he was ready for the Blood God session.
Yeah.
Partially, but no, it ended up going a very different direction, and I want to give big props for how he ended up adapting to that and going. But yeah, like Tadao is a very fun one because just making him like Tadao was very fun because like it was so cool to make a character that was just really overpowered and didn't really need to worry about that stuff to really get that cool kind of like, oh yes, this is a fun character, like power fantasy, but also not in terms of, because like, well, really that part didn't matter. It was more about the emotional storytelling arc which he had to go through, and that was the struggle for him. His gift, which I think I said in session, was literally just, hey, this is just a gift that makes you, if you want to win against anyone who's weaker than you, you can. You just have to turn it into a lesson they can learn from. So yeah, like this, it was a goodest boy. Love him.
Quality boy.
Quality boy.
So I've gotten.
Hang on.
Oh.
One more.
Oh, of
Chat.
course.
Yeah.
Chat.
Yeah.
Tell us
my
about
PC.
Coco.
Yeah.
Tell us about Coco.
Yeah. Remember when Coco was only supposed to show up in Tadao's session?
Yeah, I remember that.
So the character of Coco was an idea I had because I did funny voice and wanted to like play an NPC, and I like drawing cat people, so I was just like, yeah, I'm just gonna have this village of cat people. I didn't even think to make the cat god until someone was like, wow, Chad's gonna have the power to make the cat god, and I was just like, I do!
Yeah. Oh.
Um.
Oh,
So
man.
Coco was only supposed to show up at the end, but I ended up. Oh, Christian sent me this image from. Christian sent me this image. Where did you get it from?
I just like was going through Twitter and I saw this image of like basically like there was a cat that was flanked by two larger cats, and then someone did
Yeah.
fan art of them as like samurai retainers, and I was
Yeah,
just like,
yeah.
hey, look at this, and I think that's where like the
So,
first.
yeah.
I think we just wanted to draw a character like that, and then that's where Coco came from.
That's where Coco came from. Just this tiny person with two retainers constantly at their side. The original concept, I was like, I don't see many black cats represented as like cat people. I usually see like calicos or other breeds. Maybe I'm just not looking in the right places, because I would expect it to be more common than I'd come across it. So I was just like, yeah, it's just going to be really gimmicky that she's very much unlucky. That ended up spiraling, and I was just
Really
like,
good.
wouldn't it be funny if this person who very much is always going to get ID'd for alcohol, just is the village elder, because I think that's funny. So how did that happen? Well, she's very unlucky, so it probably wasn't supposed to. And that is how I came up with her backstory. Is I just I started with a concept and worked backwards. In terms of her showing up more often, we just kind of had these ideas to sprinkle her in everywhere, every now and then. And also at the end of the Common Rider system stream, you can actually see Coco on that map with Yukitake.
Yeah, those two, the most important Daisuisen character. Fucking great. Yeah, I really enjoyed that little teaser. Also,
what
just
about my PC, Christian?
you can talk about. Hang on. First, though, did Kage know that Tadao is a Starry Swordsman's dog? No, I did not tell him that. I absolutely did not. That was a surprise.
It was very
And
good.
yes, that's what I wanted to say.
Yes. So one of those many nights where Granny's story was further discovered, almost it felt.
Yeah.
One of the things that came up was core spirit stabilizers abusing core spirits to essentially grant a wish. And that led Christian and I into the maniacal laughing corner, where the concept of the worst man I've ever made came up. I hate him. His icon is literally just a sketch I colored because I wanted to spend as least amount of time as possible looking at him.
Yeah. That was still really funny. But you still made a lot of very nice alts.
Yeah.
I think when that happened, I remember talking about that. And then the next morning, I woke up, looked at Discord, and saw that you two were still up. And I was like, "What? Did you guys?"
Yeah. We were up all night talking about that. That's the moment where the final session fully finished development, just about. Besides, also closer to the end, deciding for the Kokuten split.
Yeah. Yeah.
That
was Christian's idea.
Speaking of foreshadowing, the trailer Daisuisen was Granny.
Yeah.
I really liked that.
Really got that Mushishi vibe.
Yeah, and I love how that that opening, like the thing with the young child who's potentially Suisen, definitely Suisen, talking to that little core spirit, and then Jay sweeps in and makes that core spirit Kokutin, and it's like, good job, nice.
And that was funny because I had heard the theme a little early, and then I had that theme on repeat for like hours, and I speed painted that, even though we didn't have a design for Suisen.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is a thing I'd made.
Dandelions, huh? Me just smiling.
One of my personal reasons for making Coco older than Suisen was that she was designed before him.
That's really funny, yeah. So oh no, I was just wondering if we had any other notes.
Oh yeah. I did forget to mention the concept of Machi.
Machi!
Which happens like the week that we were doing the Granny mini RP, and I was like, okay, I've just got to finish these other things, and I'm kind of thinking about more backstories for Granny. And then I thought about one which was like a core spirit case that related to Machi, and then I was like, oh, she probably has like this little alive doll with her now as a result of this case. And then I was like, oh, I'm gonna design it. I designed it, and then suddenly I was making like 5 icons for this little thing, and I was like, this was a good waste of not a waste of time, but a good like use of my time. And Machi, I love Machi.
Machi, I'm so sorry that you're suffering now. I love him. You showed me Machi and I exploded. He's so cute.
So yeah, I think that's the general end of that one, which means I think we got some more scenes that we ended up grabbing.
Oh
right?
yeah, I got an assload of scenes thrown my way, so I set them all up. I'm good. And we'll just do that if that's cool.
Yeah, sure thing.
Yay.
So, Christian, are you player right now?
Yes, I'm player right now.
Ah, fantastic. Okay, so we're gonna do this in chronological order. Yes, Chad, I will. So first we're gonna actually travel back in time. This one is going to take place immediately after the ending of Fading into Clouds. Where is that? Let me try this. Oh, wait. This. Boop. A quiet sort of descends over the area. The final comments were incendiary, but you did manage to figure out exactly what you were headed to next. What the goal was. A core spirit of destruction, right? You know how to deal with that now. The story was valuable. You've got it all figured out. Kokutin sort of sits next to you, almost a little bashful. Sorry about the scene back there.
It's fine.
You holding up okay?
Yeah. I think it'd just be good to get going soon enough.
Yeah.
He kind of turns. Everything okay on your end?
Oh, yeah, I shut her up.
Okay.
Quite literally, she was eroded down by all those stories. She's got a deep emotional attachment to this one.
He kind of thinks about that. Let's see. Okay. Shows it a very weird way.
You get used to it, I guess.
He kind of thinks about it. I mean, I guess there's a ton of different ways someone can have an emotional attachment to something.
And she's important to you, right? She wiggles a finger while pointing at the door.
Nods head.
She sorry, this is weird. It's rolling back Kokutin character development.
Yeah, that's how I'm feeling too.
Hangs over your head as if looking at what you're looking at, and she tries to internalize like, what makes you care? Like trying to process it. And for a second, you feel that gulf between the two of you. That being hanging over your shoulder is certainly still very alien to you.
He kind of puts a hand up and kind of holds onto the arm a bit, and kind of like he sort of takes it off for a moment, and let's see. Actually, wait, no, he doesn't. He doesn't have that yet. I'm just gonna ignore the purple.
No, yeah.
Okay. Oh, huh. That says a good
That's
amount.
funny.
Sure.
That's funny.
So he kind of having trouble seeing it.
Yeah, I don't really. I guess familial connection. I don't understand that one.
Actually, he kind of considers talking about it, and for a moment he sort of I don't. He sort of seemed to swap for a bit. You could tell he was about to try to explain the concept of family, what it might mean to humans and stuff like that, and try to help and all that family. But he sort of stops. He's sort of like, do I really need to... He kind of holds for a second. Do I really need to even explain it? I just care. That's about it.
Okay, Yes, that's probably enough. She stands up straight.
He's just like, I don't mean that as a, I don't mean to come off rude. If that's how it sounds, that's not what I meant. I just meant
no, it's
that
not. It's not rude.
I
Very
just
little
don't think I could.
Gaze of the dread goddess.
I just don't think it's something I can so easily put to words. If I tried to, it would be,
Door clicks open.
Stops, turns around. Hey.
Hello. What a wonderful day for traveling. She has a bag on her shoulders.
Huh?
Well, hello, Machi.
Machi.
Oh.
Well, let's get going, shall we?
Susan kind of nods his head, and he kind of thinks a bit. Oh, you're coming with us. Okay. He kind of stops. That's a surprise. I guess it's been a while, hasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Did you know I had a horrible sleep last night?
I didn't know.
So much rolling around. It turns out I'll be needing a bed again.
He kind of smiles at that. It kind of turns over. Hey, maybe this will be a good opportunity to learn.
She's pouting, like legs folded on the ground,
He kind of,
like hand on chin.
Come on, he kind of pulls at your arm a bit. Come on.
Okay,
I'll carry you across the bridge.
Let's see this destruction core spirit that was giving me so much trouble. She's not looking.
The other one is.
Watching, observing. You carry the dread goddess across the bushes, and you head out on your case, and you travel to a deep section of the woods. Let's grab a different tune. Doink doink doink. Yeah, sure, this one's good. Or wait, no, this one. Lower left. Machi has already climbed a fucking wall.
I am strong.
You travel through the thick underbrush, and Iruru, you're almost reminded of something. Traveling through a similar area, deep in the past.
So trips like this will still remind me of him, I see.
Okay, mortals, out of the way. Come on, I'll clear a path for you.
Oh, thank you.
She holds out a hand to Daisuisen.
He takes a hand, and then he reaches his other hand out to Granny. Here, can't just fly over it all so easily this time.
Oh, thank you, Daisuisen.
And Machi, you wanna hop on?
Nods.
All right, excellent.
She starts shoving through with the force of a gale force wind. Just crunch, stop. She burns her way through. This is nice, actually. Being able to just be out and about in my full form. The woods will give us no trouble. And then she turns around and grins at you, Suisun. Thanks for carrying me so far.
Yeah, no problem. We're trading off, I suppose. He kind of gives a smile.
Well, nice to work with you, partner.
He kind of thinks, huh. And then, hang on. A lot of emphasis on the word partner this time. A lot of emphasis on our special bond, isn't there? He kind of like takes a mental note of this. Oh, and then he thinks, maybe. He picks that up now and then doesn't pick this up later. Damn it.
I would like to make rolls to see if Granny is picking up anything at any point during this class.
Give me a roll to die.
All right, let's see.
That's that. I see.
This is sensing something new.
Yeah.
I see.
Hold on. Let me wound some attributes really quick. Blue is currently out. Yellow is currently out. Let's see if you pick up on the Kokotin end. Doink, doink. Granny. Granny. This idiot's in love. This idiot up front's you notice in the way that she's walking, holding so tightly to Suisun's hand and is yanking him around. Partner, special bond, all this shit. The way she was acting yesterday, you see through her like she's glass.
Oh my. Does she see anything, Alex? Like, what does she see on her face?
Suisun's face? He's got a nice happy smile on. It's sort of that like, oh goodness, I'm being led along again. But it's not, it's very removed from the, it's very removed from any sort of the stress or worry about it. He just seems pretty content.
Granny. Granny, what do you do with this information?
She looks at the two of them, kind of like looks out a little like into the void. This is an interesting development. She kind of mentions to herself, let's see where this goes.
Huh? What's that about going? Oh, if you want to go faster, hold on. Climb up on my back. Come on. Starts patting her back. Climb in between the tails.
Oh, this is definitely some of the strangest days of my life. That's okay. That's fine.
She waits down and allows all of you to climb up and then goes, okay, Granny, hold on. I'm gonna go fast. Seriously, you've done this once or twice before.
Yeah. It's exhilarating.
Just how fast would that be?
Fast.
Boom! She takes off across the countryside, you two clinging to the back of Dread Goddess Kokotin as she sprints, leaping and smiling, clearing the tree line with an absolutely brilliant smile. Suisun smiling back. Hey, I got a question.
Mm-hmm.
Did Granny ever approve of these two?
Yes, she did.
I win. Elsewhere in the world, at a much later date.
Yeah.
Internally, this one.
Let me drop the swing again as he's walking. Sort of, what's going on?
Oh, I remember when I jumped clear over this place. You and Aruru were clinging to my back.
Oh, he kind of like smiles a little bit. I remember that too, I think.
She
Having
seems
fun with
positively pleased with herself. Yeah, I was so much more naive back then. Float.
An admittance, huh?
You catch Kokoten and she stops and she's still like using her eyes to look over in this direction. Yeah, I mean, at the time, I didn't really understand the familial bond thing, but before we left, before we handled the core spirit of destruction case, Iruru said something to me.
He kind of thinks about that, sort of stopping and thinking to himself.
She said that she trusted you with me.
he kind of laughs at that. You know, that's good to hear, I guess.
This one finally seems to fully understand why this pleases her so much.
Yeah.
And like, you feel no attempts to take over your mind despite the fact that you're walking through Cat's cradle.
He looks down and he kind of looks. Good hands, huh? He kind of shakes his right arm like twice and then
this one laughs in your ear. You two are insufferable.
He smiles and then he kisses the knuckles. Humility is very nice.
You walk
People
back
of
into
Cat's Cradle have no idea what they've just witnessed.
Listen, the last time we were here, we stole your dog, and the time before we jumped over with the Daisuisen family.
Now we're back again. Just
now we're
to say
back
hi,
again.
I'm sure.
Yes. You guys walk up towards the residence of the village elder. Once again, back in Cat's Cradle. You approach. And, Coco.
Yeah.
What is it today? Everything again, huh?
Yeah.
The roof's leaking.
Yeah,
that's a problem.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Just absolutely sighing, checking something real quick. Okay, good.
Well, it's a busy day.
Another brilliant, busy, beautiful day. And it's around then, someone rushes forward.
Oh, yes?
Elder, that, a man with the motions makes a ponytail, with the white hair, he's back again.
He's back again?
Yes, and we made sure this is the one that saw you last time.
Yeah, where?
Points down the road as...
Oh. Hey, Coco.
Oh. Hi, Sui-sen. Oh, it's just you. Okay.
No. It's
Huh?
he kind of like scratches the back of his
Wow,
head.
is this gonna get easier or harder to explain the longer this goes on?
Where's Coco?
He kind of thinks about that a bit. Well, here. He kind of like walks over off in this direction to get off the road a little bit.
Oh, okay.
And he crouches in the bushes pretty conspicuously in front of a bunch of people with you as he sort of like
Also
leans over to tell an
mimicking your
obvious
action.
secret. Yeah. Jeez. He thinks saying she's inside me that didn't go too well with Ryoko, so he's going to instead say, she's been bound to my mind, which means she can hear you right now.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, like, are you...
I'm Suisen, and she's also in here too. I'm Suisen. Don't worry. If she started talking to you, I'm sure you'd recognize her.
Are you like...
What?
soul married?
He stops, and he lets out like a big laugh. Well, we have kissed.
What is that? Sui said there's some sort of ghost in Coco too.
He stops. Hey, well, if there's a ghost problem, we could help take care of that as well.
Mental Coco.
You. How did you get? He kind of stops. Well, you managed to escape. How did that go? He stops. He's just like, he kind of. I see. Well, sorry
I
for
almost got
ditching you.
shot by so many arrows.
Oh, suppose it's lucky it was the arrows.
They
not
hit
the-
so many bystanders.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It was a bad day for everybody.
We really did just end up splitting off, but I guess it was for the best, because I'm sure if we were around, things would have found a way to go worse somehow.
I mean, we made it back all right.
Hmm.
Kaibyo was having a panic attack.
Oh. Well, he kind of thinks about that. Don't really know Kaibyo, but by the sounds of it, pretty dangerous one.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't know him, it's pretty dangerous. But when you get to know him, you get to know that he's like, he's actually kind of a big pushover.
Huh. That's interesting.
Yeah, like sometimes I'll just okay, so they're never in stock when I go there, but when I send my retainers to go to the shop and they get
Looks side to side, leans closer into the bushes.
Catnip.
Yeah.
It's pretty easy to talk to him.
Huh. Well, that's...
He also gets distracted really easily by feathers, shiny objects,
He's number 3 on the list.
a lot of cloth. There's a lot of cloth.
He kind of looks a little concerned at that.
Coco pretty much begins listing his social
he kind of
weaknesses.
he kind of interrupts a bit way through. Hey, Coco.
Yeah.
You want to talk to you want to talk to Big Coco?
I'm Big Coco.
That's
Wait,
Big
yes.
Coco.
I'm sorry. I can't say I. He kind of he immediately drops, and then you take the front seat right there.
Well, Coco, it's been far too long.
Same to you as well, Coco.
He gets the grotesque look on his face again. Why are we in the bushes?
I don't know.
Hold on, I'll carry you over this stuff in my big strong,
okay.
skinny boy arms. Lift, pick, jump, leap, lands, moves, touches
that's
down
the
in the
first time
field.
I've successfully gotten across.
Yeah, the Great Daisuisen has many powers.
Oh.
This one puffs up. Well, as you can see, our situation's changed lately, but I managed to hold on to something important that you gave me. The wicked smile deepens. Apparently she's very proud of this. Facsimile, not correct. Well, I can't exactly bear the title of Kokuten anymore, so I now bear a different name.
And?
She leaned in, conspiratorially. Almost she'd be towering over you. She still is, but,
Yeah.
more. Well, when I was given the chance to select my own name, I chose the 2 names that had the most meaning to me. Well, other than this dumb idiot. She slaps herself in the face. The first, a name that I was granted, Coco. The second, a name that I provided to the world. My full name, Kokodai. She relaxes back and lounges on the ground.
Okay, thank goodness.
Oh, that's awesome!
She gets visibly excited.
I'm really glad that you think so. This one seemed to like it, so that's good enough for me.
Well, it is very important. Well, actually,
Huh?
you two are soul married, I suppose that would make you Coco Daisuisen.
Huh?
Or would it be more
Oh, that
like
flows. No, that flows well together. Hey, Sui-san.
Yeah. He's trying his best to give you privacy once more.
No, this isn't one of the times I need privacy. We're all friends
Oh.
here.
Okay, fair.
I'm not gossiping or anything. I'm just reporting the truth. If we united our names, it'd be pretty cute.
I suppose so, but then it'd get really confusing.
I guess so. I mean, yeah, I guess that is the difference between being soul married and real married.
I also have a question.
Huh?
I just feel like he says yes and then he says huh again.
Yeah, they both like they fight over the mouth. It's like yes and huh, you may ask.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've been hearing some rumors.
I rolled a d20 earlier and got a 4.
I see.
I heard you had a child with your arm?
You know
He
what?
kinda-
You can handle this one.
He stopped and he's like, hey, no.
I mean,
He realizes
it's not weird or anything. I mean, I just
no, it's no. We're sitting down already, so just stay seated. And he just starts going into it. Oh,
Holy shit! Yeah, you lay it all. That is actually a perfect
yeah,
jump
yeah.
point.
That feels like the perfect jump off point there.
You lay it all out and kicking it forward. A different family is moving across the countryside. This one, triplicate. Down here. It's an adventure. Not one very far away from home, but one that you can certainly bring everyone on, Hiyori.
Oh my goodness. Milo, look. Oh, I know we have memories of being here before, but being away from home is so different.
She's barely standing. They're fucking just. Oh no.
Oh, right. The Yori pulls his veil the rest of the way in front of his face. Is this better?
yes, that seems to be working.
Is that the great Momozawa?
Unknown to this, both Yori's high five.
Well, I've never
I
heard
knew
of
it.
the
I
great.
told you you'd like this. Just
Never
like
heard of the great Momozawa, but I've heard of Momozawa the Terrible. These two walk over and start having another episode 8.
Wow. Huh. This place is so pretty. Ah.
oh, the just. And look. He goes forward to the statue. They have men growing all around the fountain.
Whoa. Oh, it was just like the last time. It feels so much bigger, but at the same time, just the right size, you know?
Yes. This one just sort of running his hand through the flowers. He's been looking very nervous ever since they left the home village, but both Ioris had discussed this previously with Milo, and they really wanted to try home Hiyori, at least getting to try traveling this far. Maybe he's the home deity, and maybe he didn't inherit the dreams, but they still wanted to try.
Yeah.
You gather up around the fountain, and as someone takes heavy footfalls through, you can borderline smell tourists when they arrive in your hometown. You look across, and you see these 3 gathered up around the men. Solo, you blink a few times.
Oh. New travelers, huh?
you come by right as this one is launching into the thing about how, and this, there's a legend of a local hero in this place, saying it as though these other two haven't heard it before, but he's still going off because he's the excited tour guide.
And they both appreciate him.
How are you talking about me?
Oh, I love you, you dumbass.
Turn. Eye peeks out from behind scarf. Hello. Who are you? We're just traveling through here.
Oh, welcome. I love this town. I don't really know why I walked up to you guys, but you said something about legend of a hero here, and I think that would be me, unless there's someone else. Is there another hero that I missed? Did I miss that?
I'm not sure about. I was talking about Sola, the hero who perished saving the village.
Oh yeah, that's me.
What?
Huddle, whisper, whisper.
What's up?
Oh.
Are you really?
She checks her. Yeah. Yeah, that's me. I'm just back in town for a little bit, you know.
Do you do autographs?
Yeah, sure.
They're both just vibrating in sync.
Anyway, where did Silver God go? Like looking around.
They fucked up somewhere. They definitely ditched.
Well, anyway, probably at the hot spring.
Nah.
Yeah.
They're both just leading it to Milo, going, Milo, is that really Sola? Do you think
I think that's the real Sola.
Excuse me, would it be rude to ask, how are you here now?
Oh, well, I walked. Silver God and I just dragging our cart around. Yeah, you have any need for like a new weapon?
God.
Like the Silver God of meat to die. Do people still refer? I don't know.
Meat to die of a silver god.
Starts muttering to herself.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, the world is so much bigger than I ever thought.
Yeah, it's pretty big. So she like looks around. What's up?
Sorry, Hiyori. And I'm Hiyori, and this is Milo. They both say at the same time.
Hello. So, what brings you to town?
Well, we just wanted to take a trip together as a family. And this was a nice, close place that has some legends that we all really like and is close by. They're just sort of passing the sentence back and forth between the two of them.
Oh, that's really nice.
I can't believe we're actually meeting you. Is this okay? They're both fucking fanboying at you.
Yeah, why wouldn't it be?
I mean, you're a legendary figure, and we're just people, except for Milo. Milo's, yeah, no, that makes sense. Milo's
gets kind of smug.
So, are you guys like twins or something?
No.
They are both my wonderful husband, Harry.
Kinda?
Yeah,
Yes.
kinda.
At the same time.
That. Interesting.
Do you know what a core spirit is?
Does Sola know what a core spirit is? Let's see, what should I roll for that?
Roll a 1d20.
Have you
Yes.
heard?
Yeah, you have heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're interesting things. I haven't really
Little dudes.
encountered too many. Yeah, little dudes. I haven't encountered too many though.
Funky little dudes. Well, there used to be one Hiyori, and then he died. And now there's two Hioris.
Huh. Okay. Died. That's pretty similar. You know.
Just holding Milo's hands.
Milo.
Similar to what?
So, can I ask how that happened, or is that still a fresh thing, or?
They kind of look at Milo to see how Milo's doing.
You can talk about it if you're comfortable.
Little nod, little nod. Well, a core spirit didn't. A core spirit granted a couple of wishes, and we're the result.
Granted some wishes, huh?
Well, they're gone now. It was sort of a one-time thing, and
You're both my miraculous Hiyori, though.
Hugs you both in a big motion.
you've always been miraculous, Milo.
I am curious if they know of Sola's shrine outside the city or the town, and if they had heard anything about Sola coming back.
Give me a 1d20.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Yeah.
Yes, Milo has specifically.
Milo has. I love my spouse. Milo knows everything. Well, I'm afraid I only know what was said about Sola. They only know the legend of Sola that they were taught when they were little, and the little bits they picked up when they passed through this place for business.
I believe I have heard more about you. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's a relief. I went and told Nocto I was gonna become famous and all that, so fine me, but you know.
Well, if I was able to hear about you off in our little town, then you surely must be famous.
Oh yes, our town is very small. It doesn't have a name.
Well, I'm sure it's a lovely town. You know, this place used to be very small.
Really?
Really?
Yeah, it was full of really good people, though.
I mean, if you came from it, it must be. Smiles.
Nodding.
Yeah, I protected them to my last breath, and somehow came back. I always thought it was because of their belief in me, but your story is quite interesting. She's scratching her head.
Is it possible? Could we have dumbfounded the legendary Sola? Surely
It's
over
not
the
hard.
generations. Your wisdom must have grown over time.
These two just fucking animate back like the cheer squad going behind Milo going, ooh. It's so. I can't believe I'm meeting you in person. This is. You're someone. The kind of person I idolized when I wanted to be when I was a little kid.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, you were legendary, and you live so close to where we did, and It was just I wanted to be someone who could do incredible things like that and be remembered.
That
That's pretty
That's
childish,
statement.
I guess.
No, that statement
Not at all.
takes me quite back,
Kidding.
actually.
Getting pats from other Hiyori.
So it was. Oh yeah.
Are you happy?
Very happy. I'm living my best life.
Do you still go on adventures?
Oh, all the time. Actually, we were just passing through. I don't know when I'm leaving though if I can't find Silver God.
Hold on.
Milo starts doing math in their head.
A spouse, a very much loving spouse, and one who died returning from the dead. Yes, truly, the power of love runs through Imori.
These
It
two
really does,
meanwhile-
doesn't it?
Oh, Milo, you're so smart! Milo, that's so pretty!
Thank you so
Soul
much.
looks back out over the town. Yeah, this place has really come far. It makes me so happy to visit every now and then.
Do you miss it while you're traveling? Is this your home?
Yes, this is absolutely my home, but it hasn't been a place I really stayed for a long time.
But you're still happy.
Yeah, of course.
Sorry, this is probably kind of rubs the back of his head. I'm learning how to be an adventurer, a traveler mostly, but seeing the world. I guess you still are someone who I want to become. I mean, you never really stopped, but
well, I just hope you don't follow in the fighting big monsters footsteps if you don't have quite the regeneration.
oh gosh, no, that would be very dangerous. No, we want you to come back. Yeah, no, I don't think I don't think I want to do that.
If any big monsters came after my Hiyori, I'd tear them in two.
Oh, you're
it's
wonderful.
okay, Milo. Aw, thank you, Milo. Did you know my spouse stood up to the Dread Kokuten? Did you know?
Oh, that one. That is impressive. Soul looks over at Milo. Is Milo having any effects of the current?
Currently, both of them are facing towards you. And Milo is also facing towards you. So Milo is currently only perceiving half of Hiyori's face on both of them. So it is only one.
All of them turned towards her, forgetting in their excitement.
Wow.
Right, Milo? Remember?
It's really
when you-
impressive that you stood up to the Dread Goddess Coke and didn't end up with any.
Oh, we did it! This one covers his face again.
Oh, is she okay? Is everything okay?
Yes, I'm fine.
If she sees both of us at the same time, it's overwhelming.
I guess you could have come out with a verse.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, I wish you luck on your path to adventuring. I knew wonderful adventures.
It's not much, but would you like to share a meal with us? Just while you're here. I'd love to talk more and hear about the things you've seen, if you want, if you're okay talking about it.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I know some good dishes too.
Oh yes, I would love to learn. I'm learning to cook all sorts of things these days. I would love to know more.
Yeah, did
Yeah,
you know
he's
this
doing
restaurant over
great.
here? I actually happened to give them a few recipes that they serve.
And you head off. You take the trio deep into Omori and show them around. You're the guardian of this place now. Or at least that's how people know you. Your reputation manages to spread far and wide throughout the area to the point that you're invited to the Godly Council. That in itself is extremely frustrating. But hey, J-Man,
Hey.
you here? Momozawa time.
Oh boy.
Momozawa, you're headed north.
Yeah.
You're headed pretty far to the north, and you someone's actually, well,
Uh,
at least for this part of the journey,
oh.
someone's tagged along. Over here. You step up onto shore, your cart's ahead. Boom.
The land has taken my legs.
Yes, of course. Let me see. Controlled by, oh boy, let's see. I got your legs in a second.
Thank
So,
you.
how long have you been traveling together? There you go.
That's a good question. Can I roll a d10?
Yes.
Alright.
Oh god, it is. Okay, it's RuneScape. I was about to say, is this the fucking King's Quest 5 town theme?
5, whatever that 5 means. 5 months, 5 years, 5 days, 5 minutes.
You're headed north. Suishi, you headed too? Or is this where you say
Yeah.
goodbye?
Well, here's the thing.
Nah.
So, north is not a direction either the moon or the sun sets. So, their paths probably would split.
Oh, I see. So this is goodbye then. You both stand at the edge of this pier. Yeah, this is the point where your path divides.
So, Suishi, how are your legs handling the land?
Better than I thought. The commander seems a bit nervous, though.
The commander is deeply nervous.
That is understandable. After all, he has spent his entire existence beneath the waves. He looks out and over. And what of Title?
Title wants to keep following the moon.
I see. He looks out and over. Well then, I believe that would mean that our paths it is time for us to split off.
Where will you go?
I have business in the north.
Then. Yeah. From one beast of the sea to another!
Big grand gesture.
I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, Suishi. I wish you the best of luck as well. Do beware any mysterious fellows out there. There are plenty people who would take great interest in your fishes and Title.
Yes, and liars are the worst.
Indeed. He raises one. He raises his hand that Title fucking bit off. And remember, if anyone tries to come near you, you can always have your sister say hello to them.
Of course. I don't think that's changed. As much as stuff has changed about her.
Yes, that is a good thing. He actually sits down and pulls out a tea set. Would you like one last cup of tea before we leave each other's company, Suichi?
Oh, yes.
Sits down.
All right then. He begins to pour the tea, and he is going to place down 3 cubes on
Yeah.
a wooden plate.
It's time.
It's time.
It's time.
Are you going to roll? Who will take first?
Who will take first? I think Suishi will look at you, wait for a moment, and then take a sugar cube.
Roll a 1d3. Very good. Momozawa will take one from here. Whoops. Okay. And the last one goes into a cup that does not have a particular person treating it. It's just merely sitting, floating and nearly beneath where the commander is currently residing. You both take a sip,
Hearty
and
swig.
yeah, Suishi,
Yeah.
your tea on this day tastes like absolutely nothing.
Ah.
I see.
Momozawa takes a sip of his tea. How is your tea, Suishi?
It's broken.
Why is that?
Doesn't taste like anything.
I see. Mine doesn't either. Takes another sip of his. I suppose in a way that is a good thing, though.
Tilt's head.
In cases like this, I believe that... He thinks to himself a little bit, and he raises up one finger. I'm actually quite bad at determining how I should react to a situation. In fact, in a situation such as this, I do not know how I should react, so I decided to let the cubes decide for me. In this case, I decided I should not react in a way, shape, form whatsoever. How do you interpret your cubes on this day, Suishi?
Well, if it tastes like nothing, then I gotta find something else, right? Because if there's nothing, like a hole, you gotta fill up the hole.
Correct. And what do you intend to find for that, Suishi?
Bread.
Bread. That is still a good goal. He takes another sip of his flavorless tea. And what of title?
Looks at the third teacup.
Huh. I'd have to ask her.
I'm gonna roll 3d6. Pulls out small crab phone.
Ring-a-ding-ding.
Ring-a-ding-ding. It's actually the commander whose opinion would be most swayful here.
What do you think the opinion of the commander is?
Ensure safe acquisition of bread.
I see. Interesting. He takes another sip of his flavorless tea. In this case, then, it would appear that both you and Title's paths are one and the same. That is a good thing.
Do you think one day we'll have to split off too?
He thinks to himself. Yes. For now, however, you are together. And if that's what matters to you, then that is what matters right now. I cannot say how you will feel in a few months, a few years, or even a few minutes from now. For all I know, you and Title will suddenly have an argument 10 minutes out, and then you'll choose to split off paths. Or you will continue down each other's paths for the rest of your lives. Who knows, really? Maybe perhaps that's part of the fascinations of life, then.
Indeed.
Sips more and more tea, finishes the cup.
Well then. How do you intend to travel from here on out, Suishi?
Well, looks like the path I need to take leads me further inward. To go beyond the horizon.
Beyond
Determined
the
look.
Would beyond the horizon be via water travel, via land travel, or something else?
Whatever's necessary, I guess.
That is a good response. He finishes his tea. Might I make a suggestion for you, Suishi?
Yeah.
Find a companion to ride. You'd be surprised. It helps mitigate quite a bit of time, and it allows a bit of mental training as well. That might be good as a good exercise for both you and Title.
I see.
Suishi has now gained steal someone's horse.
Very good. Momozawa stands up, packing away his tea. Well then. This will be farewell then, Suishi.
Make sure you hold on to this.
Holds out crab.
Ah, of course.
He wants to go with you.
Does he now? He looks
Yeah.
at the crab and watches it clap at his face. He you almost hear a light chuckle underneath his face covering. Very well then. I will keep him safe. He places the crab within his coat. Ah, yes. Before I go, if you see Cat God on the way, be sure to tell him that he owes me one.
Gotcha.
Thank you very much. And also, be sure to poison him for me. That'd be quite a pleasant thing.
Poison.
Yes. I'm sure you can figure that one out.
I'll do it.
Very good.
Determined.
Well then. Farewell, Suishi. And Title. And Commander. May you all have a good travel.
The sea wishes you well, Momozawa the Terrible.
He silently walks off, almost with his various talismans and stuff dangling in the wind, as he heads out to find his fucking cart.
You leave, eventually going to find your cart. Suishi, you leap back into the water and vanish. Eventually, the tides of time would pull you apart, but, well, Suishi, you wound up hanging around the area, and believe it or not, your legend did spread, and, man, eventually you did steal that horse.
Good.
Elsewhere, Christian.
Yes.
Suisun, you stand somewhere in Raoji, actually. Pretty deep in.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta be somewhere around the border. Yeah, sickening. You look around. This place is disgusting. You're not sure why. This is... Something's wrong. You look down.
Mm-hmm.
Your leg's been speared through. It's shattered to pieces. Person lifts something up behind you. Halberd? Spear? Something like it. It jams into your back.
Ah, I think
The attack hits you, and you're carried to the ground. Another one joins in. One after the other, they converge on your position. Your eyes blink shut, your consciousness smearing. As it does, your eyes flick open again. Another watercolor of the world shifting in front of you. All that oil seems to blur away in front of your eyes. You collapse in a distant swamp. You're not able to move any further. The very poison of the land is seeped into your bones. Your blood curdles and you collapse on the spot. Another skeleton feeding the marshes. You go through vision after vision after vision of death and torment, one after the other, until it ceases all at once. Your eyes snap open.
He snaps open with a breath, kind of sitting up, taking a moment, sort of surprised, but he gets a look of his surroundings and then sort of relaxes a bit.
It's okay. You're in a clearing. You set up camp here. You notice that your body doesn't exactly need the covering of tents anymore. It seems really resilient to the elements. You feel weirdly at home sleeping on the ground or elsewhere. It's almost upsetting, but you do feel yourself changing bit by bit.
Mm-hmm.
And
It's
at that point,
something he was prepared for.
Yeah, at that point, you hear the voice. Hey, come on, wake up, wake up.
I'm up.
Okay,
I am.
Sorry about that.
Oh, hey, it's no big deal. He kind of pats his head up to the side. A bit frightening, but nightmares are nightmares. It just happens.
Those aren't nightmares. Those are curses I've collected over the years. Those were people's dying wishes. You shouldn't have to live with that.
He kind of thinks about it. No, they're nightmares. They don't affect me after I wake up. He kind of scoots a little bit. Sure, they might be curses. That's what they actually are. But for me and what I carry burden-wise, they like sneaking in when I'm not paying attention. So if that's all they can do to me, then so be it.
Someone mumbles off to the side. You should be able to rest.
I still dream of nice fields and pretty skies sometimes too.
Shrinking down slightly. I feel like I'm
Thank
stealing
you.
those. I feel like I'm stealing those away from you. She admits.
It's fine. Thank you for caring so much. But he kind of thinks about it a little bit. I mean, he kind of checks around. We already are sharing wonderful fields together as is. He kind of slowly starts walking around a little bit. I mean, it's a whole lot of curses. He kind of, I think I remember asking if you ever got any sleep in the past.
Nods.
Was sleep a possibility, but not. He kind of like looks at the hand again. Not something you really like too much.
She goes dead silent. You know that. That's the you got her silence.
He does the knuckle kiss thing again. It's okay.
Yeah, she sort of Hey, before, when you were the core spirit, how did you do it?
When I was with what core spirit?
The other core spirit that was in your arm. How did it work? How did you stop it from devouring you?
He kind of considers that devouring me, huh? He kind of, well, that spirit was a void, and I never was quite sure how exactly it worked, but calling it a core spirit of void made sense because it wasn't. Well, it's not nothingness. He kind of smiles, but that void was almost something that sucked things in, sort of like a riptide or some kind of force. It was almost forcing nothing. I never really figured out a way to stop it from devouring. I simply didn't put myself out into the world too much. I didn't try to meditate, do things like that. I calmed myself and stopped particularly trying to fight it.
Meditation, focusing.
Okay. He kind of stops. Now hang on. He kind of waits a little bit. I did that, but it sort of made me a little miserable, didn't it?
Yeah.
Not fighting it, not pushing through.
Yeah, that's fair.
He kind of like, yeah. So,
I have a suggestion then.
Why
don't we try to bandage your arm up again?
He kind of thinks about that. You know, that might work. Before, I sort of bandaged it up just as like a way to stop it from interacting with the world, but it might be possible to do that again. Maybe some sort of binding thing?
I've got an idea.
Huh? He kind of looks and then he's like, what?
Put the bandage on the ground.
Huh?
Sort of. Put the bandage on the ground right in front of you. Come on.
Okay. He kind of reaches over, grabs a bandage, and sort of like puts it back down onto the ground, unwrapping it again.
Okay, I want you to focus any fraction of that misery that you just felt, channel it up through your body, and try to focus it in. You're gonna put down a curse, okay?
All
You're
right.
very first.
First time. He that actually makes a lot of sense. He reaches out and connects with that a little bit, doing this his way, not yours. Where he sort of almost empathizes with those cursed memories again, and they start to hurt, start to prickle at his brain. But then at a certain point, he sort of pushes that outwards and almost makes his arm a pathway that those exact curses start to spill through, pooling forward into the bandage.
They begin to pool and coagulate, and like a snake, the bandage begins to writhe. You feel Kogaten clapping behind you as the figure in front of you, animated with cursed energy, takes shape.
Yeah. It sort of spirals around, crawling over the ground, a real bandage-like snake figure that sort of moves around, and it quickly wraps its way up Suisen's body, and he's almost immediately just fucking, oh, what? And then it almost peeks up and stares into space.
Where is it? Where is it? Where? Where's my mom? Mom! Mom!
Well, say hello to Mr. Bandage. I think you just made life.
It sort of pulls up and presses itself up against Suisen's cheek, and Suisen kind of pulls off. Please get down. Oh, where are my manners?
Hey there.
The laugh comes out, and he almost mirrors. And then
this is great.
Suisen stops as he sort of looks. What?
Hey, boss. Are you my mom?
I don't think that's correct.
No, in this case, you actually made this one.
Oh, no.
Hey. Why don't you and I get along? I've got a fun idea. Have you ever felt too loose? Have you ever wanted to,
kind of crawling back up?
have you ever felt like you just wanted to lose all the blood in your arm?
No.
Hey, let the other one out. I want to talk to the other one. I can feel it. You're too squishy. You couldn't do this on your own. Are you possessed? Is it an Oni? Huh?
Hang on. Actually, no, I need to drop. Wow. Okay, I guess,
Kogaten is just
No.
letting this happen.
I'm Suisen. I'm your mother, I suppose.
Cool shit, Mom.
And he,
Hey, could you maybe just let me loose? I want to eat something.
you can eat.
No.
Do not under any circumstances let that happen.
Eating. It's more like feeling. I want to give something a hug.
Yeah.
Feel its soul drift out into me.
Okay, yeah, you did. So you made an evil spirit, and that's like everyone does that once or twice.
Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to?
Okay, so what you're gonna want to do is take hold of Mr. Bandage and just let him bind to your arm.
Mr. Bandage, I'm going to bind you to my arm now.
Your arm? But that's matricide.
No, I think it'll be fine. You'll probably find a lot of soul to suck out of that.
Are you sure? No takesies backsies.
Yes, I'm sure. Make it a pact. Get on.
All right.
And then he just sort of spirals across and snakes his way through, and then kind of crawls in the sleeve, and then just squeezes and finds a lot of purchase. And then he realizes suddenly, as he's like, I'm gonna what? And then suddenly, almost out of nowhere,
Hey, what the fuck? Hey, this stuff.
Got him. Anyway.
and then
So,
Suisun kind of looks at the arm. No takesies backsies.
so that was your first experience creating an evil spirit rather than removing one. How was
Wow.
it?
Terrifying. We can't do that ever again, or the world would be destroyed.
Yeah, totally. You're adorable, you know that, right?
Huh? He kind of looks a bit confused. He's sort of shocked here. Huh?
You enchanted a bandage to want to bind to people and then successfully tricked it into binding to you. You're not going to destroy the world. You just made a scary bandage and then successfully tricked it. You'll be a great god of mischief.
Thanks. He stops. And he's sort of like, well, that's something, I guess. Yes, I'll do good. I'll do good.
Doing good with bad, and that's the trick.
He kind of picks up a leaf. I wonder what would happen if I just put energy in this leaf.
Oh, you're curious now. You want to know, huh?
Sort of like mumbles off. Maybe. He does it. The leaf almost goes brown, but doesn't seem to be crispy. It's still like an alive leaf, even though it looks dead. He kind of slips that in his pocket. I'm not sure I want to leave that lying around.
You don't, seriously. So, just like you managed to land an absolutely unparalleled possession, a curse amongst curses. And if you decide to spread that to the world, that's your decision. I'm not going to stop you.
He laughs. Yes, I suppose you are pretty wonderful, aren't you?
I thank you for noticing.
Yes. You can make bandages come alive and want to kill people. It's the exact opposite of what they're meant for. Or maybe that's me now? He kind of thinks a bit confused. All right.
Well. Hey, do you think this is going to help you even in the slightest bit with core spirit stabilization?
Absolutely not.
Kirkatan with a big smile on her face is like, glad to not be pulling my weight this time, partner.
He kind of thinks about that. That's fine. He kind of smiles. I'll do my best winning the bread. Just take a little bit of a break, huh?
She relaxes, says Suisun. You exit. Out into the world at large, a new blighted entity. There you go. Back to the screen.
Oh.
Those were the requests.
Play the music again. Let's see.
Mr. Bandage is horrible.
Fucking
Awful.
Awful.
You held on to that the entire game?
I did.
Yeah.
I was my patience is unparalleled. I waited and never pulled the trigger and yeah.
I told you it could have been a Momozawa session.
I want to compliment you on your Foley work there with the muffled screaming.
Yes. Oh yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much. You fucking creature. Oh, that was fucking great.
Mom! Holy shit.
Oh.
Chat,
idea.
do we want to ask chat questions? Or
Yeah,
maybe
we should wrap around, do one more like question thing and see, and then do one of you guys want to call it there?
Yeah.
Yeah, seems like we had a pretty good run there. So one more like been like fan art and stuff.
Can you explain Mr. Bandage to non-patrons?
Yes, I will explain Mr. Bandage. Mr. Bandage came about because I think I was watching an episode of Mushishi and I realized, man, Ginkgo never fights. Like, he gets in confrontations a lot, but like something that's really funny is he'll always like knock something over and run away, or like start a fire somehow accidentally, and fights don't happen. So I was like, I want Suisen to do that. If he ever gets in a fight, I want him to just completely never actually fight, but then solve a conflict somehow and make things get weird. And that was Mr. Bandage, where the mental idea of a like basically a yokai that could just walk in and stay on his arm and would just eat on the bad vibes in exchange for being chill there. And that was a thing, but I never triggered. So instead I just kind of like, at the final session, was like, you know what? I never really decided, because we hadn't used it yet, if Suisen's arm worked on other things besides core spirits. So at the last minute I was like, yes, it does. And so I guess that means Mr. Bandage would have technically been able to be there all along. And I was just like, well, he hasn't shown up. I'm cutting him. And then I was like, but he can come back as a joke.
I mean, you're bound to Kokoten now. You
can
create your own blights.
Yeah. So what happened with Dill? I'm not sure.
No, I'm not sure either. We don't know yet.
Suishi.
Yay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just kept. Dill is still learning about lobster facts potentially. I'm not sure. Could just be that Dill wasn't in the scenes, or that something happened.
I want to establish
I
that
was hungry. I went into the woods.
I want to establish that I prepped this map over here on the off chance that the Suishi shit evolved even further. Where I'm like, hey, is Suishi gonna become a threat even further up the fucking coastline? So
yes.
Okay, then this is canon. There's only
that's funny.
There's only so many monster hunters to go around, and this is one of the stalwarts.
Oh.
There you go.
That's
I
funny.
wonder how that went.
It went.
It went.
Is that possibly? Wait, hang on. That scene, was that? Where was that in the timeline? Or not the one you just showed, but the like Suishi going off to destroy the world with crabs. When did that happen?
Theoretically, like 3-4 years ago.
Ago, meaning
from
before...
Indigo times.
Okay, so do we?
I'm a teenager in Indigo.
Have we actually made a elaborate backstory for the river crab in Windrose Everlasting?
Yes, we have. Listen, it all comes around.
Crab.
Oh.
Holy shit.
My blight split across the lands.
Oh my god, yeah. Kestrel's just gonna tell a story once. She's gonna go off about, not a bunch of crabs.
Here's one. Did Blood God ever find out if his son had descendants? I'm leaving that one open right now.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll find that, maybe not.
I have no fucking clue.
Kestrel should tell Momozawa and Indigo.
Yeah.
Time he fought Suishi's crabs, and he might react.
He might be impressed or pleased, or he'll acknowledge it. It will be acknowledged. I love you so much, Momozawa.
Momozawa's so good.
Did the sheep god catch flack for chasing away the stairway guardian? Excuse me, he attacked first.
You think the sheep god catches flack from fucking anyone? No one messes with that sheep for a reason.
I wish the sheep god could catch flack at all. It's
I feel like it was.
I
feel like
gonna happen.
There was probably some flack, but no consequences, is how I'd put it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Hawk God would have been like,
sheep god.
I talked to that person like every other month. They were a good friend. What did you do? They attacked me. Why?
What did you do? Repeats question.
Sheep god, I wish I knew how to quit you.
Holy shit.
I hate you, sheep god. I love you, sheep god.
Yes. Suisa now has 3 children and only one is horrible.
Yes.
Time for a corruption art.
Kokodan's not. I mean, sorry, Kokodai is not wrong when she says that Suisun ambiently generates distressed children.
You know,
Yes.
if Dill decides to stay in Ocean Veins for any longer, there will be a corruption arc.
We gotta go back.
You should not leave your child with Ryoko.
No.
She's like, yes, I have all this money. I'll take perfectly good care of her. She will come out evil.
I do know what Suisun is probably going to do and work out with Dill. I think I know the exact terms that he has, which was the because of how it ended, it was like you can stay as long as you want to until you're ready to leave, which is one of the, the follow-up of that spirit inside didn't want to leave yet. So it's like, well, whenever you're comfortable, which could either be a long time and in like a really dramatic or just heartbreaking scene, or it could literally be, I want to go now, or do you want to follow? No. And then she leaves. It's the same kind of bet that Jay plays where it's like either Dill just fucking leaves and it's really like just totally non-dramatic at all, or Dill sticks around for a while.
Is Machi still hanging around in Suisun's coat?
Oh.
What do you think?
I'm gonna flip a coin.
So what's
Machi going on this? Machi going on a soul journey.
Yeah, Machi's going on a soul journey.
Oh, Machi.
Machi's going to find Ko.
Aww.
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 Yeah, probably.
That would be a very.
Do you want to see that? I hold. Do you want to see
You hold the gun.
Yes.
You hold the gun.
Sure.
My eyes on the screen.
You know what? I'd say we have time for one. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be many questions coming in, so we could. Let's see it.
I've got an idea for like one final short thing. That I will follow that up with. Give me half a sec. Try to ask a question.
Ask questions.
Yeah.
Let me.
I'm glad with the very spur of the moment choices we ended up making about what Ko did after the end of the session.
Yeah.
Because I literally didn't think of that at all until like it was right before, I think it was right before the Iru session we were talking about it. So it was very
it was, but I was really happy with it too. Good.
It was like either just before or just after, because it was around.
Yeah, I think it was after.
It was when we did Tadao's mini RP.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, no, it was really close to the end.
Yeah. Oh, does that one guy ever find the snake course spirit? No, not yet. Still looking. Does Ko ever go back to the land of bitter honey?
Oh boy. Only if business brings her there. I can't imagine she would ever go for sentimental reasons. Because I think as soon as she had been in the rest of the world for any amount of time, she was like, oh, everywhere doesn't suck. It's just there.
Yeah.
Oh, now I feel silly.
Yeah. Also, a few rapid fire ones. Does Snake Guy need to eat if he's immortal?
No.
Does Ko ever go? Yeah, we already read that one. How is the idea of Tadao and the swordsman relationship developed? Well, the original idea was Kaguya's to have like a swordsman that was like a good friend and like the equal partner to this dog.
Yeah.
The actual being tied to the swordsman, I decided that later when I was putting together the second half of the show. Let's see. Did that panda guy become the next mayor?
He's a sword now.
He's a sword. I don't even. That's a whole thing. What kind of outfit would Ryoko have given?
What kind of outfit did Ryoko give Dill? Oh, it depended on if Dill was going to leave with Suisun or not. But if it was like Dill is staying with Ryoko, it's like noblewoman fancy clothes. If it is Dill is going out into the woods, it is traveler's clothes, but they are still high quality and fancy, and like she's gonna get mugged because people are gonna think she's a traveling noble.
They're gonna get cursed. This is what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
It's also definitely like, because the thing about the way Ryoko was raised is all of Ryoko's clothes were made by artisans, because that's how Ocean Veins works. And it's like her family, it's like when they buy things, it's like in Ocean Veins it's like a big deal because your name is getting like docked in their ledger. So she probably went out and bought Dill like really nice clothes, and then Suisun was like, she can't wear that. and then she was like, oh, well, here, hands Suisun money, and he goes, you seem to know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
her clothes.
I want the pretty dress.
We can take both. Yes. My brain's like, what was it said? Characters in Daisuisen, and you like to meet Indigo characters. Session 1, Suisun and Sonder.
Holy shit.
Am I allowed to say the one I want Ryoko to meet? Even though she's
Yeah, oh yeah, go for it.
I want, there's a Patreon character by the name of Elixia Camellia that I really want Ryoko to talk to, because it'll be
Hey,
really
she also
funny.
showed up in Daisuisen.
Yeah, that's a hideous combination.
We should never talk.
Now that you mention it, does Dill still have the power of the void? Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I misheard Dill as Bill, and I'm like, Bill the Wizard backstory as well.
Bill! Oh my god! This, holy shit! The deep pulls.
It all connects up.
Oh,
I'm almost ready. Thank you for fielding questions.
Blood God.
Actually, yeah. Since chapter 3 is supposed to be like mage focused, are we gonna get the all important Bill the Wizard cameo?
Yeah, finally. He's gonna stand up and walk his ass over there, and then come back just in time. Bill the Wizard is a Gundam.
A Gundam operated by the
I was full of bandits.
I was gonna ask a question of like, what? And then you said he's a Gundam, and I was like, oh yeah, I understand now.
Yeah, you do. You've got it all figured out. I have made such a mess of this campaign. I'm so sorry.
That's fine.
Burn it.
We don't need it anymore.
There was a question. There was a question by Sparrowhaven. They said scratch that, but I'm curious. Do the Stairway Swordsman and the Cat God get along well?
You know what? I think he's learned the way of cats with this time, and at a time in past, maybe not, but now he understands. He give the catnip. He give the snack. He's good. He's all right. He's pretty good. I like him.
Okay, I'm now ready if there's any remaining questions.
Last one. Will Suisun and Kokodai keep trying to get Kokodai her new body?
Yes.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yes. Yeah, no, that's not stopping. Okay.
Kokuto no wall god.
They're not the wall god!
Stop calling him Wall God! He has a real name!
Wall god!
Clay God! Yes! He's the Clay God!
Wall God!
Oh, God.
Who's the smelly wall god?
Please, he sacrificed so much for us!
I miss him dearly. Roma, your exuberance is fucking me up. Okay. Hold on. Token layer. Okay, token layer. Okay, so. Oh boy. Let's grab. Yeah. Let's grab this one. Candles illuminate the darkness. They mismatch with the various will-o'-the-wisps that hang in the air around you. A place that you didn't expect to go. A place that you wouldn't go. Unless it was for business. You stand and you move. Better at night this time. Better at night, because no one will notice. You can handle things and then move on your way. small figure approaches. Tiny
Silhouetted
warrior.
in the moonlight. A tiny warrior. Stitches fresh and new, perhaps not fully patched up correctly, stands before you.
Ko squints. The fireflies are heavily backlighting, so she can only pick out the silhouette against the darkness of the brush. She takes like a half step backwards, not having expected to see a tiny humanoid figure. Is this a challenger?
Yes.
Who goes there? Tiny person? Creature? Spirit? Squints kind of gets down on her knees and peers into the darkness. Wait a minute. Nah. Nah, shoot, nah.
You see a carrot fly into the air. A blade flies across the sky, and yes, the familiar cube technique. There's no one else this could be as the remnants fall onto a small, prepared wood dish as they leap down towards you.
Ko unaffixes the candelabrum from her helmet and thrusts it forward, suddenly providing the frontal illumination, but holds it a little too low, and so instead the light's coming up at an angle that's like scary campfires telling stories angle. Yeah! Machi? How'd you get all the way out here?
Slowly walks up with plate. You get a feeling it's a long story.
Shoot, you always were the strong, silent type. Can I have a carrot?
Not.
Reaches down gingerly and plucks a single slice of carrot off the plate. Julienne to perfection. You always were. You always were inspiring. That's not the face I intended to use, but you know what? We're gonna roll
It's
with
the same
it.
one Machi has. Beautiful.
What are y'all doing all the way out here? Dude, this is the middle of nowhere.
There's Yeah. There's definitely that tough exterior. You can't get quite a solid read on the unchanging face. Nor is any of the body language really giving anything away. Though now with illumination and upon closer examination, you can tell Machi's probably been traveling on his own through these woods. Lest you knew he was heading off with Suisen.
Oh. He did. He better not have left you on your own. Left you at a stranger's house.
Machi shakes head no, but understands your vengeance.
Ah, shoot. What? Oh, well, I mean, I've got a. She rustles around in her pack, pulls out a few sheets of paper and a quill pen. You want to write it to me?
Nods. Machi tells the sequence of events. He asked Suisen to help him locate a particular core spirit, and while they were successful in their endeavors, that was an unfortunate facet of their journey. A core spirit of memory who had drifted around the gardens of around the gardens and the kitchen of Iruru's house, had become close friends with Machi, but Machi kind of stops writing, looks at the ink, and just kind of spills it over the paper.
Oh, shoot, that stuff's expensive.
Machi seems upset and looks away.
Oh. You still hoping to reunite?
Shakes head no. Gets up and writes, "It's not possible."
Oh, I see. So you're just off on your own now?
Nods.
You going anywheres in particular?
Shakes head no.
Well, if y'all got nowhere in particular to be, I just finished a job. I ain't got nowhere to be. You wanna go nowhere together for a little while?
Is already climbing up your
Oh.
poncho.
Heh. Reminds me of the day I left Grams. Thought you were pretty slick, didn't you? Just because you happen to be bag size.
Reuniting with you seems to bring some peace to the warrior's heart, I suppose.
Ho plucks a candle off her opposite shoulder and holds it out to Machi. Y'all want to hold this out? Light the way for me?
Nods. Is going to jump forward and proceed wherever you should point him.
All right. How about points sort of toward the horizon. Up top of that hill. And then wherever we can see.
Nods assertively and begins dashing, illuminating a path for you in the darkness.
Oh, shoot, y'all are faster than I remembered. How y'all do that with those tiny little legs?
Practice.
Oh. You cut a brilliant trail through the darkness. Machi illuminating the swamp as you pass free from the area. Finally, Sui-san,
Yes.
we're gonna wrap with you.
Oh boy.
Sui-san,
Mm-hmm.
really quick. We've actually got one last journey to make.
Mm-hmm.
You don't gotta roll anything. In fact, you've already taken this one before.
Mm-hmm.
With heavy footfalls, you wind up right back where you started. Bag thrown over shoulder, arm tightly bound up, you exit the Red City. Start to walk, step by step, back into the wilderness. As you go, that very first journey does weigh on you. Start of a lot, but you eventually find your way through the darkness. Stumbling your way down a hill, you make your way back. A ritual you repeat every single year.
Mm.
You move on to the next leg of your journey. Another tree, and another person who never shows up each and every time.
He moves up, kind of steps on the side, and then he sort of, I think I know. He puts down a little flask by the tree, filled up with some god-awful cheap Lancian booze, and then kind of reaches out to the tree and just kind of gives it a pat. An empty vessel.
You put it down, and you leave it there. Same place you always do. And you stand up. Is this the last year you'll come here, do you think?
Absolutely not. After all, I still have work to do. This thing's gonna be a pain in the ass for quite some time. And so, until that job's done, might as well leave some offerings along the way.
Yeah. Not quite done there. You stand up. You bid farewell to the place. You walk out of that place overflowing with life. Towards a distant island. Stand at the head of the bridge. There's one more thing you've got to leave behind.
Oh boy. He makes his way across the bridge, kind of speaks out loud. I'd say good memories, but stepping across, afraid even now. He kind of steps across. I barely remember this place. I only came here once. He steps across, moving along the way.
Footfall after footfall, thunk, 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 across that bridge. Walk onto a distant island. Braced across your back is something that is uncharacteristic for the great Daisuisen. In fact, it better befits a dread goddess. A parasol slung over and behind. Old, a child's. Travel on to the beach shore.
Stepping up. Let me see. He checks over here, looking across the way at an old rock that once held a flower, and a simple spot left here.
No flower there. Not anymore.
Of course. After all our actions affect the world. That flower can no longer be there because he picked it. Similarly, he puts down the parasol on the ground right here.
You leave it. You say a silent prayer. And you stand. Is this the last time you'll visit this place?
He wonders about that. He thinks if this is really a place that he wants to visit too much. It's so close to a place that wasn't too kind to him. But he does share his specific memory. He thinks he'll let his feet take him where they go. And if he comes back here again, he thinks he'll return with 2 pairs of footsteps if he can get away with it.
And with that, your single pair of resounding boots carries you back across that island bridge, back to Great Mitsudai, taking you where it will. With that, you've made it all the way back to the end. Okay, there we go.
There it is. Oh,
yeah!
Fantastic.
Good work, everyone.
We have
Totally fun.
some fan stuff.
Yeah.
Just set that up real quick and stream it to you guys so I can. Boop, 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 boom. Hey, I'm excited for Daisuisen next week, dude.
Yeah.
Shut
This Saturday, Daisuisen Mini RP Theater, coming 7 to 8 p.m. EST.
Yeah, 7 is
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, go watch.
Yeah. I'm talking about the session next week.
Shut the fuck up.
Why do you do this to me?
Yeah, with the new PC.
Yeah.
I'm going.
I'm gonna maul you.
to- I'm going to
For Nico's PC.
Yeah.
like
Thunder.
you guys had
Yeah, it's
chances,
the mummy episode.
Yeah.
so many chances to drop the bit, but you have double, triple.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you
While
know,
the
next
music's
episode
playing,
where we find
while
out
the
every all the mysteries of what the mummy was.
So I won't.
Yeah.
So I won't see Daisuisen again.
In your heart.
Oh, so the first thing is from Polaris. Looks like Animashi. I read this one. It's really nice.
Thank you, Lester 2020, for making this, Imgur.
Thank you.
One final piece of Animashu
Oh,
from
yeah. One
Polaris.
final Animashi piece.
One final Animashu piece. Yeah. Thank you, Polaris, for doing this every single week.
So much.
Yeah, Polaris. It was really, really great to see that journey all the way through.
A Daisusi.
One
Lester
last
2020.
Daisusi.
Daisusi is real.
It's true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Official figurine.
Dude, he has a bone in him.
He do.
He do.
Yeah, and here's the full picture.
Nice. Thank you.
Yeah. And then from Marcus Luzuli.
Oh, hell yes.
I love the river.
He's in
so
love.
cute. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, look at that. Them
I like the-
OTP right there.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
That's
Yeah.
my wife, you wicked waterway.
Yeah, and from Spencer, here's like the loose timeline. Obviously, these aren't the we were keeping like when it happened pretty loose, but this is like kind of like the most accurate you can really get with it. So yeah,
Very nice.
yeah.
Good
Course
job
of-
keeping track of this.
A course of 10 years. Daisuisen's like 60 now.
Yeah.
I called him
Yeah.
Daisuisen. Suisen Daisuisen, like Sans and
Yeah.
yeah. And then from Lester 2020.
The second guns look at me.
Wanna be some kind of suicide squad?
Suicide Squad.
Suicide Squad.
Ah, bravo.
Fuck. And then from Lester 2020.
The carrots.
Here's the carrots. Let me reload. Make sure.
I killed Stewie-san.
With bees.
Let me scroll down. Yeah, let me check the fan art chat to make sure there's. Yep, that's it.
Fantastic. So
With that,
there are first I wanna share some comments from chat. They were very nice.
okay.
MCCA Becca says, this was an amazing journey and I can't wait to see what you make next. And Sparrow Haven says, you guys are so good at making stories. I've enjoyed every bit of DSS and can't wait to see what you guys come up with next. And from Blue Odyssey, along with the sub, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Message to all the DSS cast. Thank you. Daisuisen came to me in a time of extreme anxiety, moving to college as a freshman. So thank you all for giving me something that brings me so much joy and wonder. You're all amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
To more
Really
joy
good
down the
to see
road.
you. Yeah, to more joy down the road.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's been really good. It was a really, really good show to run.
Polaris says, thank you all so much for the story and the content. I'm so excited. Inky says, pretty good shit. Not gonna lie. Spencer, Daisuisen good. The series made me legit cry once, which is like impossible. Atman says, Daisuisen was absolutely fucking fantastic. Thank you so much for making this amazing story. The Observer Vol says, amazing journey to see. Jow Twitch says, it's been a beautiful experience. Here's to the next. Oh, if you have any further comments, please add Christian or add us in the Discord. Seriously,
Yeah,
like,
please do. I appreciate them all. This was a fucking trick hitting me at the end with this after the music box starts playing on the ending
Astrel,
screen.
This was an utterly phenomenal series.
Yeah.
Bob the Nova, y'all pretty poggers. Daisuisen, pretty great, loving it. MCR J2 cool. Daisuisen is fantastic. Falcori, love the show. Watched it all twice. Hell
Oh,
yes.
wow.
Nice.
Nice.
That's
Hell
so
yeah.
many hours.
That
No,
is.
like
You could've
about
watched-
50 hours.
You could have watched like 10% of Indigo in that time.
Bold of you to assume 10.
Yeah, pretty high percent.
Spaceman
like-
Sam, this series was so beautiful. Thank you so much for it. Lester 2020 says, wonderful series. Lord Traffic Cone says this was a rad time. Thank you all. I keep seeing unique names, so I'm
Yeah.
just still going.
Yeah,
Seriously.
no.
Thank you
Y'all-
all so much.
Didn't read my
Holy shit.
line. Didn't read.
Thank you for Daisuisen, everyone.
Aloha
And thank
says
you all
kind
for
of
watching.
Say the line.
Kind of poggers.
Say the line. Yeah.
Typical Novice says this was an amazing experience. I am Blue 555 says thinking about the ending of Fading into Clouds for a week afterwards was like handing the blade of a knife with my heart. Mario 120 says love this series.
Thank you all for the kind words.
Thank
Yo.
you, seriously.
Thank you, everyone.
I'm just really happy. Thank you all.
Yeah. All right, everyone.
Goodbye, chat.
Goodbye,
Yeah.
chat.
Bye,
And to
chat.
many more adventures ahead.
Yes!
Yeah.
The Suisen really was die.